Good morning, everybody. Hello, namaste, and welcome to 3BL Season 3. And it is now time for the Women's League at round 4. It is sharp 9 a.m. And for all those of you who love this game and love the players, thank you for joining us sharp on time. Before we begin the Women's round 4, let me tell you that we have finished round 1, round 2, and round 3, and it has been so exciting and electrifying. And a special big thank you to all the viewers who made this possible for us. It is now time to thank the sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. Starting with hospitality and venue partner, Wyndham Chandigarh Mohali, radio partner, MyFM 94.3, apparel partner, Nivea, energy drink partner, Red Bull, medical partner, Fortis Hospitals Mohali, name partner, Boxing Sports Worldwide Private Limited, and special thanks to BFI and FIBA 3x3 for all the referees, officials, and the support. Thank you so much, everybody. You can also watch us live on FIBA 3x3 YouTube channel. And not to forget, please follow, subscribe, like, comment, share all the pages that you can see on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter. It is 3x3BL. Don't forget. All right, then, with that, it is now to begin this lovely morning with one of a cracker of a game in the Women's League in round number 4. And it is the first game, definitely playing with the defending champions from last round. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and please welcome Team Delhi Divas. Team Delhi Divas made their way through to the finals and won the title in round number 3. And they are pumped up to play their game number 1 in round number 4. Playing against Delhi Divas, a team that probably has the chances to give them a tough one. Please put your hands together and welcome Team Pune Panthers. Team Pune Panthers have been trying hard to get the finals going and getting them a title. Let's see if they can do it in this round. It is time for game number 1, and it is toss time here at the court. 3BL Season 3, round 4 of Women's League, everybody. It is toss time. Good morning, girls, and all the best. You know the drill. Pune Panthers call for heads. Heads it is. Pune Panthers win the toss for Women's League round 4, game 1. Aparna, good morning. Take this further.
Good morning and thank you, Rishi. Definitely a bright, sunny morning here at Chandigarh, and we are coming to you live from Wyndham Chandigarh Mohali, which is a hospitality and venue partner. Thank you so much for providing us this beautiful venue. And Delhi Divas facing off with Pune Panthers for the tip-off of round 4. You are all watching this live on 3x3BL's YouTube channel and also FIBA's 3x3 YouTube channel. Delhi Divas are the winners of round 1. They couldn't make it to the final in round 2. They remedied that situation in round 3 and made sure they pulled off a victory there as well. So the Delhi Divas are being represented by number 15, Khushi Alawat, number 10, Ishika Chowdhury, number 6, Raspreet the Fox Sidhu, number 3, Tavleen Kaur Bandal. The Pune Panthers are being represented by number 9, Durga Dharmadikari, number 15, Smriti Radhakrishnan, number 10, Priya Sharma, number 11, Nisha Kashyap. Pune Panthers did have an amazing outing in round 2 where they could have pulled a victory off, but Kochi Stars denied them that victory. And in round 3, they were eliminated in the semi-final. Hopefully this time they will also be trying to pull off their first win and take back with them a winner's or runner's check. All the better if it is winner's checks. And the young woman who is a star in the making, Durga Dharmadikari of Pune Panthers, sporting jersey number 9. In fact, there's been a mix-up of jerseys right now, and Durga is sporting jersey number 15 in green, and Smriti is sporting a different number as well. Smriti is the one with the black arm sleeves. Durga takes it all the way to the hoop, initially missing it. Hustles for the rebound, kicks it out. Not able to make it, that's Nisha Kashyap. Dropping it to Smriti. Turns around. Off the glass, sinks it. Smriti opens scores for Pune Panthers. Khushi Alawat. to Ishika. Ishika tries to split the defense there, but almost losing the ball. A hustling play there. Fetches Pune Panthers a steal. Durga spotting up for a 2 and she opens scores. Raspreet finding herself to the hoop. Picking up the first point and finding herself on the free throw for and 1. Raspreet the Fox Sidhu for Delhi Divas. Make sure this is a 2-point play in favor of her team. Nisha. Out to Durga. Durga for a 2. Almost there. Smriti is there to pick up the rebound. She is denied and Tavleen has picked up the ball. She has come in place of Ishika. Raspreet spotting up for a long 2. It's front of the ring. Smriti with the rebound and Nisha will take it out back again to Durga. Durga to Nisha again and Nisha sinks it this time. 5 points for the Panthers. Raspreet asking for a screen and she gets it, spins inside, takes it, tries to split the defense and what a phenomenal move. Finding herself an opening in traffic and puts it off the glass. Raspreet Sidhu. Nisha. Nisha out to Smriti. Spins inside. Another spin towards the glass but almost losing the ball. Kicks it out but this time Ishika had it. That is a shot clock violation. So it's going to be Delhi ball. Ishika to Raspreet. Raspreet spots up for a 2. Ball rebounded by Tavleen. Back again to Raspreet. And this time the 2 is good. So that's 5 points for Divas. All the 5 points of the Divas have come off Raspreet's attempts. 7:45 on the clock. Scores are level. And as are the fouls. Priya Sharma checks in. Smriti will take a breather. Raspreet finds herself unchecked to the hoop and sinks that layup. And this time Durga is the one who replies with the layup of her own. 6 apiece. Tavleen for a jumper, unchallenged again. Open. Durga for a 2, but Tavleen rejects it and picks it off for her team. Now this time Raspreet has the ball for Divas. Kicks it out to Tavleen. Tavleen for another jumper. Misses it. Nisha. Out to Priya. Priya to Durga. Hustled on the defense there. Forcing 2. Tavleen with the rebound. Divas ball. Raspreet this time attempting a 2. Rebounded by Priya Sharma. Back to Nisha. Nisha tries to drive in and finds her way all the way inside and sinks that one. So that's 7 points. 7 apiece. Raspreet spinning in traffic. Sinks that and she will get a free throw. The Fox is as foxy as ever, finding her way to the hoop through the traffic. So Delhi Divas have 8 and an opportunity to make it 9. And that's our match commissioner, Mr. Norman Isaac, chief referee as well, making sure that all is in order. A huge shout out to all those people that are working behind the scenes quietly to make this a successful league. 3x3BL is very happy to have you and very proud of the services that you're putting up. 3x3 BL is India's first and only 3x3 pro basketball league. As many of you might know, 3x3 is now an Olympic sport. First kicked off at the Olympics in Tokyo 2020. It's well on its way to becoming a permanent fixture. It will also feature at the Commonwealth Games this year. Raspreet hustling under the board for the rebound, and she tries to put it off the glass, but this time Khushi is unable to make it. Pune ball. Splitting the defense. Durga took it to the hoop, but that was rejected by Tavleen. Stepping back for a long two. Too many red jerseys under the board. They were able to pick it up. Delhi Divas. Now Tavleen tries to go for a layup. Khushi picks up the rebound and puts it in. That's 10 points. All of a sudden, the Panthers are trailing by 3. Smriti to Durga. Pulls back for a jumper. Once again, she has another opportunity. And high off the glass, Durga sinks it. For the Panthers, they have 8 now, trailing by 2. Raspreet this time finds the open man in Tavleen. Tavleen drops it inside, but Durga is there to get a piece of it. Raspreet has been challenged over there, but Durga with the rebound will take it out for the Panthers. She spots up for a 2. And that is a situation you don't often see. So you can see the camera guys are getting very excited about that situation. Not often that they see this. Referee plays hero in this situation, brings the ball down. Delhi ball. Khushi, unchallenged. Nisha is there. Smriti challenges Ishika, but she concedes a foul. That's a third foul for the Panthers. 5 minutes 20 on the clock in trailing by 2. The Panthers are looking to somehow ensure that they don't get the easy looks, but unfortunately the defense is having a few lapses here and there. They find themselves being beaten often. Khushi off the glass. 1 for Delhi Divas. Nisha beats the man, takes it all the way to the hoop, sinks one. So they still trail by 2. And Tavleen asking for the ball deep inside, but she was way too deep. She was smart enough to inbound it off and get the ball off Smriti's legs. So it's going to be Delhi ball. Maintaining possession. 4:58 on the clock. Delhi have 11. Pune Panthers have 9. Raspreet spots up for a 2. But Priya Sharma is there to pull down the rebound. Smriti Radhakrishnan for a 2 of her own. Khushi Alawat with the rebound. Raspreet. Off target, ball is out of bounds. It's going to be Panthers ball. Nice move there by Priya Sharma. First, she misses the first one, but she's able to pick it up and put it back inside, closing the deficit to just 1. Raspreet finds a way all the way through and sinks a reverse layup. A tough shot, but she made it, giving them the 2-point lead. Some nifty footwork there by Nisha, but Priya caught in traffic, but still manages to almost sink that, but no, the ball is out. Is off the board now. This time she gets it. 11 points to the Panthers. Raspreet, she sinks another 2, taking it away once more by 3 points. Durga finds the open man, but Tavleen is quick enough to steal it back from them. Raspreet takes it to the hoop off the glass. 15 points to Delhi Divas. They slowly take it away from Pune Panthers with 3:40 on the clock and trailing by 4. The Pune Panthers are struggling to put those points up on the board. They need a few twos to make this close. Tavleen finds herself open, gets a beautiful assist from Ishika and makes it. Durga stepping back, attempting a two. Not on target for sure. Ishika for two. Hits the front ring and bounces back. But this time Tavleen once again has a block to her credit. Finding the open man in Raspreet. Raspreet steps back, puts up a jumper. Tavleen fumbles, but yet she manages to lob a high one off the glass and sinks it. Durga for a two. She banks the shot, so that's 2 points. They're still trailing by 4 and will need more of those twos if they need to close it. 2 minutes 51 on the clock. And Delhi Divas have a rhythm, and that must be broken. Once again, it is Raspreet who is breaking down the defense systematically and finding herself to the hoop, and assisting her ably is Ishika and Khushi. Pulling down those rebounds, and Khushi is able to put those ones on the second attempt. Raspreet once again. And one. This is a timeout. 2 minutes 40 on the clock. 5 points is the deficit. They will definitely be trying to win the first one because it eases them from piling on a lot of pressure as they go into game 2 in the league phase. But the Pune Panthers are missing the momentum that they had in the early minutes of this game. Struggling to put those points in. And the one name that is consistently chipping away and doing damage and wrecking their defense is Raspreet Sidhu. She makes several inroads, finding the smallest of gaps, spin moves, creates more gap, and then she makes good on it. Not only from inside, drawing those and ones, drawing the fouls. She's also been routinely dropping those twos for the Delhi Divas. A true champion, Raspreet the Fox Sidhu. Sinks it, 19 points to the Divas. Durga, that's a wayward attempt there. And a foul has been called on Smriti Radhakrishnan, and she's absolutely not happy with it. Raspreet drops it to Khushi, who's cutting, and she makes the shot. 20 points to them. All they need is another one to ice this game. 2 minutes 25 on the clock. Smriti Radhakrishnan kicks it out to Nisha. Taps the ball out, but there's a hustle over there. Nisha off a screen, a little too late in finding Smriti. Durga for a two. Ball rebounded by Ishika. Ishika will bring it out, and then Khushi is free, but Durga is there to pick her pockets. Smriti for a jumper. Misses it. It's Delhi ball. Raspreet with the ball. Now she will take it out, reset. Tries to take it all the way inside. She finds Khushi free, kicks it out. Khushi is not able to make it. Ishika with the rebound, spins and tries to force a jumper, and that is good. A tough one, challenged, but she pulled off the 21st point to ice this game. Very well done by Delhi Divas, systematically exploiting the struggles of the Pune Panthers. With a minute and 42 remaining, Delhi Divas have won this first game. The Pune Panthers have to make a lot of amends and make sure that they don't get beaten on defense, which is where they had a few points that were given away. And now we are going to see the highlights of this game. And the final score between Delhi Divas and Pune Panthers. Delhi Divas have pulled away a 21-13 victory in the first game of round 4. Let's go over to Rishi.
To all the viewers who've just joined in, good morning. You might just have missed the game number 1, but you might not miss what happened in the game 1 because I have someone who's standing next to me who did not manage to win the game against Delhi Divas. I have Durga from Pune Panthers. Durga, good morning. Your team has been almost there, but not there. What do you think is lacking?
I think we just need to play a little harder in this match. We couldn't execute the plays that we had in place. And I think we just need to push ourselves harder, and I know we can do it. So.
At the beginning of the game, when the scores are leveled up, you think that you've got it going. And then suddenly in the second half of the game, you kind of lose it out. Why does this happen? What do you think is failing in the team chemistry? What's lacking?
I think we just need to read each other better and read each other's cuts. If someone gets stuck, there needs to be more help. So, yeah, we'll work on that and show our game in the next round.
It's round number 4 and you better buckle up, pull your socks up and let's do this. Good luck for the upcoming game, Durga. That was Durga from Pune Panthers. Unfortunately, they have not been able to win the opening game, but they've got one more game to go. Let's see what happens. Coming up is game number 2 in Women's League at round number 4 in 3BL Season 3.
And the next game will be played between Kochi Stars and Coimbatore Spunkies. Kochi Stars having won round number 2 and picked up 2 runners-up checks in round number 1 and 3. Will be hoping to pick up another winner's check today, but going up against them is Coimbatore Spunkies, who have not tasted much success at all in this league so far. And they will be looking to see if they can pull off a couple of victories and find themselves in the semi-final like they did in the last round. But the Kochi Stars, with the depth of talent and the hustle, will not make the going easy. So let's go over to Rishi. He's ready to welcome the teams.
It is now time, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2. And you're watching Women's League and it is round 4 at 3BL Season 3. Don't forget, you guys can get all the updates on our Instagram and Twitter, which is 3x3BL. You can also download the mobile app. It's 3BL. You can also visit our website, 3x3bl.com. And also don't forget to watch us live on YouTube. Bringing out the teams that are playing game number 2 in the Women's League. Put your hands together and please welcome someone who made it to the finals in the last round but couldn't manage to win it. Team Kochi Stars. Team Kochi Stars all pumped up after a day's break. They just have 3 players. So that means no change. And that could be tough. Playing against Kochi Stars, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and please welcome a team from down south, Coimbatore Spunkies. Unset advantage as Coimbatore Spunkies have 4 players. That means it's going to be tough for Kochi because they wouldn't have a change compared to the team that they're playing against, which is Coimbatore Spunkies, and it is toss time now. Kochi Stars versus Coimbatore Spunkies, requesting the very experienced captains with me to make a call. Who's making a call? All right. Kochi Stars has called for heads. Heads it is. Kochi Stars win the toss, will take the ball. Aparna, take this game further.
Thank you, Rishi. Kochi Stars, like we said, already have picked up a 1 winner's check and 2 runners-up. Today, they will be represented by number 6, Steffi, the Albatross Nixon, number 5, Kanishka Dir, number 77, Divyani Gangwal, number 10, Vandana Arya, and they will be going up against Spunkies, wearing jersey number 9 is Abalad, number 14, Geeto Anna Rahul, number 13, Hemangani Gamit, and number 7, Srividya Surya Shekhar. Steffi did look a tad exhausted after round 2, and hopefully she will be able to dig deep and find her energy, because today is going to be a very, very challenging day for the Kochi Stars, having to play with just 3 players. Vandana Arya is not available for today's round. So it's going to be Kanishka Dir, Steffi Nixon and Divyani Gangwal. while the Coimbatore Spunkies enjoy the luxury of having a player to rotate, will they be able to go up against the Kochi Stars, who have had much success so far? Remains to be seen. And Steffi did get knocked up quite a bit in the previous round. It was a tough round for them. Devyani Gangwal. Steffi. Devyani spots up for a 2. Ball rebounded. No, it has been stolen by Devyani again. So it's Kanishka this time, stripped off the ball by Srividya Suryashekhar. Devyani to Steffi. And a foul has been conceded early on by the Coimbatore Spunky. So Steffi will go to the free throw line. Steffi usually finds much success from the free throw line. Can she open scores for the Kochi Stars with this one? Yes, she does. She picks up the first point. Srividya tries to drop it inside to Geetu, but Steffi was there to thwart it. Abalad spotting up for a jumper, and she sinks it. 1 for the Spunkies. Abba has a very good mid-range jumper, and she must use it to put it to good use. And this is Srividya who takes it to the hoop, and she sinks one as well. So that's 2 points for the Spunkies. Steffi back to Devyani. Devyani tries to split the defense and takes it to the hoop. And that was Geetu who tips the ball out to Srividya. Back to Abba. Abba makes her second jumper, adding another point. So that's 3 points to the Spunkies. Steffi losing the ball with Geetu on her. Abba back to Srividya. Srividya finds the open man in Abba, but she's not able to make it. Geetu is there to pick it up and put it back inside. That's 4-1 right now in favor of Spunkies. 8:35 on the clock. The Kochi Stars are trailing. Hemangani comes in, and Hemangani, although she's diminutive, she is someone who is like the Duracell bunny. She will go on and on endlessly. And the mid-range jumper for Hemangani, as soon as she comes in, is good. Steffi this time tries to play off the glass. She doesn't make it. Ball is out of bounds. Abalad adding another jumper. 6-2 is the scoreline, and the Spunkies have the upper hand at this point in time. That is Kanishka. Despite the challenge, she managed to sink that one in. Now the ball is out of bounds, so the Kochi Stars trail by just 3. Looks like they are finding their rhythm. And a quick substitution. Hemangani will check out, and in comes Srividya. Kanishka there she spots up and sinks that one. 4 points to the Stars. This is what Kanishka is capable of. So despite her effort, Abba was not able to convert that shot. Ball is out of bounds, went off Steffi's hand. So it's going to be Spunky's ball or not. It is going to be Kochi Stars ball. Devyani Pulls up and she sinks that. One more point for Kochi Stars. They're well into this game. They have a momentum and they're going to look to extending it. Srividya Suryashekhar makes sure that she is not going to allow that lead to be snatched away and adds 2 of her own. Steffi with a put-back shot over there, and this time Aba Lad attempts. Kanishka pulls down the rebound, back to Divyani. Divyani to Steffi. Steffi turns around and the shot is a little short. But on the second attempt, she draws a foul, sinks that shot, and she's going to get a free throw. So this is looking good for the Kochi Stars. And Steffi is finding her rhythm again. Trailing by just 1. Things are about to change when they step back into the court. Geetu clarifying a couple of points there with the referee. A chance to make it a 2-point play. Steffi Nixon sinks it. The scores are level again. Hemangani finds herself all the way inside but unable to finish. That's something that she's going to have to figure out because it's going to prove expensive. And Kanishka there sinks one of her own and takes the lead up by 1. Tries to find the open man in Geetu. Geetu missing that first opportunity and she is fouled in the process. So she is going to go to the free throw line. She misses that opportunity and this time Divyani finds Steffi inside open, but Srividya was there to ensure that it wasn't as easy as it could have been. The ball is out of bounds. Divyani to Steffi. Steffi spins, takes it to the glass but challenged by Geetu. Divyani with the rebound, spots up for a jumper, sinks it with ease, racking up the 10th point for the Stars on the scoreboard. Aba Lad hustled there by Kanishka Adir. This time Srividya with the ball will step back out and see if she can spot one up. But that is blocked by Divyani Gangwal. Great defensive efforts by Divyani. Divyani tries to find a way to the hoop. But the ball is out of bounds. Divyani misses that. Aba Lad with the rebound. Aba finds Srividya. Srividya tries to step back. Gives it to Geetu. Geetu for a jumper. Completely off target. Srividya picks it up. Steps up for a jumper. Couldn't make it. This time Kanishka there with the ball. Drops it to Steffi inside the paint. Steffi turns around and draws a foul from Geetu. So that is the 3rd team foul for the Spunkies. And Steffi will find herself in comfortable territory again, unchallenged at the free throw line. Steffi comfortably makes that free throw. The Spunkies trail by 3, 5 minutes 34 on the clock. Spunkies, Aba Lad splitting, goes inside and she kicks it out to Srividya, back to Hemangani, again to Aba. Aba for a 2, doesn't make it. Divyani Gangwal with the rebound. Drops it to Steffi who's free and under the board, but Steffi draws a foul. So it's another free throw for Steffi. Completely mismatched in size, the defense of the Spunkies versus Steffi. Divyani Gangwal is there to pick it up and put it back inside. 1 point more to the Kochi Stars. Abalad goes in, draws a foul, sinks it, and the shot won't count. This is a rough call going Abba's way. She would have expected the shot to be counted and one to be given, but unfortunately that wasn't. Steffi this time in traffic collects it and sinks one. Nice finger roll there. The light touch. Srividya finds herself all the way to the hoop and she misses a simple layup, almost unchallenged. She's going to regret that. Trailing by 5 points, 4 minutes 49 on the clock. The Coimbatore Spunkies are staring at something that they didn't expect when the game started. They had a good start and couldn't hold on to that momentum. Kochi Stars crawled their way back and made sure that they went up by 5. This time, Abalad jumper, she's not able to make it. Steffi pulled down that rebound. And Geetu challenges every ball that Steffi has over there. It's not going to be easy. This time, Abalad ensures that she had a 2, bringing her team within 3 and keeps them within striking distance. They need a few more of those 2s. Srividya chasing down the ball. Back to Abba. Abba will spot up for a 2. Takes another one, but this time this got too much sauce on it. Ball is out of bounds. Steffi spots up for a jumper, couldn't make it. Himangani has the ball back to Abba. Abba off the glass, couldn't make it. Steffi under the board and she sank an easy one. Himangani to Geetu, but Steffi had a piece of that. It's going to be Spunky's ball. A 4-point deficit is what the Spunkies are staring at. 3 minutes 41 on the clock and it's time for a timeout. Hemangani to Srividya. Srividya tries to find a way through the hoop. Sinks a difficult one high off the glass. Drops it in. Once again trailing by 3, the Spunkies. Kanishka Dir draws a foul. Kanishka on the free throw line. Misses it. Goes chasing after but man out of bounds. So it's going to be Spunky's ball. Srividya had a challenge by Divyani. Hemangani spots up for a 2. a wild one at that. She had to attempt something to beat the shot clock buzzer. Divyani in traffic sinks a tough one and gives her team the 15th point, trailing by 5. The Spunkies are finding it hard to put up those points on the scoreboard. Abba checks in for Hemangani. The Kochi Stars have done well for themselves so far, considering the fact they don't have an extra player to relieve them. Nice inside pass at extra pass to find Geetu. That was an assist by Abba. In return, Kanishka returns the favor by adding one more point to the scoreboard. A jumper. Srividya missed it. Divyani finds Steffi inside. Puts one off the glass unchallenged. Srividya to Abba. Abba finds Divyani on her. Ball is out of bounds. A 5-point deficit now. 2 minutes 16 on the clock. Steffi. Hesitation there. Steffi is amused with the decision, but she will play along. Spotting up for a 2. That's Hemangani. Sinks it. Nothing but net for them. 3 points again is the difference. Steffi for a jumper unchallenged. Sinks that one and still makes sure that her team is just away out of reach. 4-point difference. Minute and 49 on the clock. Abba to Geetu. Abba for a 2. Unfortunately, it's in and out. Kanishka drops it to Steffi. Steffi for a jumper. A clean finish there. That's a 19th point. Hemangani spots up for another 2. Unable to finish, but Abba is there to pick it up and drop it in. Divyani. Back to Steffi. Steffi has another jumper to her credit. 20 points to the Kochi Stars. All they need is another 1 point to ensure that they pull off a victory. Hemangani kicks it out to Geetu. Geetu for a jumper. Geetu sinks it. That's a 16th point for the Spunkies, trailing by 4. Minute and 6 on the clock. And that's Divyani. Finds a way to the hoop. Draws a foul. And she will go to the free throw line with an opportunity to ice this game. And she sinks it. 21-16 is the score, and Kochi Stars have plucked a victory from Coimbatore Spunkies. Going into the next game, they will be very comfortable with this first victory. And Kochi Stars ensure that they relieve the pressure off their shoulders going into the next game. That's what's important to them at this point in time. They're playing with just 3 players and no one to relieve them. Coimbatore Spunkies will be once again will be upset with the loss, and they were hoping to see if they could make the best use of the 0 rotation that Kochi Stars had and get the better of them. But Kochi Stars have performed as they should have, as they are, of course, round 2 champions and runners-up in round 1 and 3. They've continued their fine form right now, even though they did have a few moments where it did look like they were struggling, but they got the job done, and that's important. And the final score is 21-16 in favor of Kochi Stars, having beaten Coimbatore Spunkies. They've racked up their first win for the day. Now let's go over to Rishi.
Well, Kochi Stars, just 3 players, but still got a win. And I have a star from Kochi Stars with me, Divyani. Congratulations. You finished 3 rounds, Divyani. How do you feel gelling along, playing this league with the team? How do you feel?
I'm very excited and feeling just awesome and energetic. Actually, it's my first. It's been a great experience to be here.
You know, for a first time, you are actually giving us a great display of talent and skill. What do you think about the players that you have in the team, especially Steffi, with such a huge experience? She's there. How much are you getting to learn from her?
Actually, there's a lot of things to learn from her. She always bucking us up and motivate us, and she's the backbone of our team, actually.
You know, you've done a wonderful job, just 3 of you, and still managed to win against, Coimbatore Spunkies, who had a 4-1, and Geet was also there. What are you going to take back when you go back home post this league is done? You know, there's so much to learn. What amazing memories would you be taking back? Who do you look up to?
Playing with such amazing and experienced players.
That's great. That's great. Thank you so much for chatting with us, Divyani. Have a Red Bull and cool down. Kochi Stars have won their game, and that is a super game coming up next too.
And the next game will be played between Ludhiana Queens and Pune Panthers. Of course, the Ludhiana Queens will most definitely be missing Anmol the Wall Pannu. But the Pune Panthers are also missing the services of Ari Gelli. But Ludhiana Queens, Anmol was there for all the 3 rounds, but this time she is heading back to Japan to join her university squad, to which she's committed to. And the squad queens, they are already missing her and said so in as many words that they are absolutely going to be missing her on the floor and off the floor as well. That's the kind of energy she brings to the team. Now let's go over to Rishi, who's ready to welcome the teams.
Once again, I would like to welcome all the viewers who've just joined us on YouTube 3x3BL's channel. You're not early risers, but you know what? If you love the sport, you'll get up at any time and you will watch it. And that's what it is. It is game number 3 now here at Women's League and round number 4 of 3BL Season 3. So, I think you should write in all your comments with the team that you support in on our YouTube live. And don't forget to miss any action live here from Chandigarh, Mohali. It is time for game number 3 and bringing out the team that is playing their first game for Women's League in round 4 for today. Put your hands together and please welcome team Ludhiana Queens. Team Ludhiana Queens looked all pumped up and they have a change in one player. So someone's playing for the first time on this court, so good luck to that. And playing against Ludhiana Queens, a team that needs to win badly. Put your hands together and please welcome Team Pune Panthers. Team Pune Panthers played their first game earlier with the defending champs. And it's now time for them to buckle up and win a game so that they can progress further in this round. Let's see what happens at the toss. The captains of Ludhiana Queens and the captain of Pune Panthers, please come forward. You know the drill, and Ludhiana Queens has called for heads. Tails it is. Pune Panthers win the toss, will take the ball. Thank you so much. Good luck to the ladies.
And the Ludhiana Queens will face off Pune Panthers, who have already played a first game but lost. Ludhiana Queens being represented by number 9 Kritika Dingra, number 94 Kanika Singh Rajawat, number 7 Kavya Singla, who's replacing Anmol, and number 4 Priya Goswami. The Pune Panthers are being represented by number 9 Durga Dharmadikari, number 15 Smriti Radhakrishnan, number 10 Priya Sharma, and number 11 Nisha Kashyap. So Kavya Singla is now going to have to play the big man's role for Ludhiana Queens, and she has big shoes to fill in, those of Anmol the Wall Pannu. But looking forward to trying to combine with this team. Kritika Dingra, Priya Goswami and Kanika will make sure that they will bring Kavya into their mix and quickly, because they need to find their chemistry as immediately as possible, because Pune Panthers have already found their groove. But although they did have a tough loss in the first game, Pune Panthers are capable of doing much damage once they get going, especially Durga Dharmadikari has been exceptional in all the 3 rounds thus played, and this is the 4th round, past the halfway mark of the league for Women's League 2022, and starting off this time is Pune Panthers picking up their first point by way of Nisha Kashyap's single from inside, dropping it to Kavya. Kavya tries to spot up and takes it to the hoop there, challenged by Priya Sharma. Durga, Kavya with the rebound, kicks it out to Priya to Kanika. Kanika for a jumper, she sinks it. That's the first point coming for the Queens. Nisha loses the ball this time. It's going to be Queens' ball. Kanika finds Kritika. Kritika drops it to Kavya. Durga pulls down the rebound and kicks it out to Nisha. Nisha, unchallenged, will spot up for a 2. Unable to make it, but Smriti is there to pick up the rebound and back out to Durga, who sinks it. 2 points to the Panthers. Kavya to Kritika. Ball rebounded by Kanika. She's hustled under the board by Nisha. But again, there's a tussle there and the ball is out of bounds. 8 minutes 44 on the clock and the Panthers lead by 1. And Priya Sharma checks in for Nisha. Trying to split the defense, but she draws a foul. That's Kritika Dhingra of Ludhiana Queens. A very energetic player. Sinks one. Level scores. Durga finds Smriti. Durga for a 2, unable to make it. Tried to beat the shot clock. Game continues. Priya Goswami with the ball for the Queens. Kavya drops it to Kritika. Kritika open and she takes it, makes the 2. The Queens are up by 2 now. Spins, turns, Durga. And she gets one of her own for the Panthers. Kritika attempting another one and she sinks that one as well. 2 back-to-back 2s for Kritika Dhingra of the Queens. Up by 3 points. Kritika with the rebound. Priya Goswami asks for it, but no, Kritika will hold on to it and see if her luck will continue. Ball is out of bounds. So it's going to be Panther ball. Durga spins, turns. Tries to put one in, slightly off target. No look pass to Smriti Radhakrishnan. Durga once again out to Nisha. Nisha to Smriti again. Smriti will take it to the hoop and a tough shot there, unable to make it. And they lose the ball. It's going to be Queen's ball. Spotting up for another 2 is Kritika. She couldn't make it. Durga now this time for the Panthers. Hits the front of the hoop and comes out. Dropping it inside to open man. That is Priya Goswami and Kavya in an exchange. Priya managed to draw a foul. 7 minutes 14 on the clock and that's a timeout. Priya Goswami misses that one. Hustles for the ball, but Priya Sharma got the better of it. Drops it to the open man, but it's a tad too deep and tad too wide. They lose the ball, so it's going to be Queen's ball. Priya to Kavya. Kavya is not able to make it. Kanika checks in for Kritika. Kanika out to Priya. And Smriti Radhakrishnan has the steal. Drops it inside to Priya Sharma. Priya is not able to make it, but Kavya pulls down the rebound. Kanika for a 2. Priya for a 2 this time for the Queens. It's an air ball. .6:24 on the clock. Another timeout. Pune ball. Off a screen set by Priya Sharma, spinning inside and finding a way. What a beautiful shot by Durga Dharmadhikari. A point coming after a really, really long time for the Pune Panthers. They just trail by 2 now. Kritika behind the back and drops it in. Another tough one coming off for the Queens by Kritika. Smriti Radhakrishnan finds the open man and dishes it out to Priya Sharma, who converts it. Nice assist there. Kritika. Ball is out of bounds. Spotting up for a 2, that's Durga Dharmadhikari. That is an air ball. Trailing by 2. Ludhiana Queens dropping it inside to Kavya. Kavya is being hassled and hustled by Smriti Radhakrishnan, who's defending her. And this time, Kritika converts one. Smriti. She's fouled by Kritika. She sinks it. That's the 6th point for the Panthers. Finding the open man in Kavya. Kavya challenged there. And she will go to the free throw line. She sinks it. That's the 10th point for the Queens. Durga for a 2. And she makes it, keeping the game close. A 2-point deficit is what they're looking at. Pulling down the rebound. That's Priya Sharma to Durga. Durga to Smriti. Smriti will spot up for a 2 and off the glass. A bank shot. She gets it. That's money in the bank. One more point to the Panthers. Trailing by 1. Kanika drives in and pulls up for a jumper. Makes it 11-9. And the Queens have the lead with 4:50 on the clock remaining. 3 fouls that the Panthers have conceded. Durga drives all the way in, misses that one. Kavya pulls down the rebound, kicks it out to Priya Goswami. Priya for a 2, in and out. But Smriti is there to pick up the rebound for the Panthers. Drops it down to Priya Sharma. Ball is out of bounds. It's going to be Queen's ball. Kritika with the ball. Priya Goswami missing that. Priya Sharma pulls down the rebound. Smriti Radhakrishnan with the ball for the Panthers. And she finds the open man in Priya. Priya is now pursued by Kritika there. Tight defensive place, but backdoor. She enters. Smriti Radhakrishnan finds herself open, gets the pass and sinks it. Smriti hustling there. Ball picked up by Priya Sharma. Durga Dharmadikari for a 2 and she sinks it. The Panthers have a 1-point lead now. Kavya for the rebound, out to Kritika. Priya Sharma to Durga. All the way inside and kicks it out to Smriti, but Kritika was there. Quick hands disrupted that pass and made sure their team got it. Priya Goswami attempts it, but she couldn't convert. Ball is out of bounds. 3:27 on the clock and the Panthers have a 1-point lead. It's a timeout. Durga for the Panthers. Spins. Kicks it out to Nisha. Nisha. Beautiful pass there to open man Priya Sharma. She makes it. That was nifty footwork there. But in return, Kritika Dhingra ensures that she is given her team 2 and levels the score once again. Beating Kritika, finding herself on the way to the hoop, but she couldn't make it, but she's there to pick up the rebound. But this time, Kritika was quick enough to intercept that pass between her and Nisha. So Kritika now spins, forces a shot. Durga spins inside, kicks it out. Nisha free. Nisha will attempt, but that's no good. Taps it out back. Nisha this time to Durga. Spotting up for a 2. Kritika and Priya are at it there. Kavya checks in for Kritika Dhingra for the Queens. Dropping it inside to Kavya. Kavya spins off the glass. An easy one for her. Nisha Kashyap drops it to Smriti. Smriti out to Priya Sharma. Spotting up for a jumper. Couldn't make it. Kavya's there to pick up the rebound for the Queens. Brings it out. Will take it inside and kicks it out again to Kanika Rajawat. Challenged by Smriti there. Hustling defense. Hard play there. And checking in for Kanika Rajawat is Kritika. Kritika drops it to open man Kavya, but she's challenged by Priya Sharma, who conceded a foul there. Kavya will go to the free throw line. The Queens are up by 1. 2 minutes to remain. Sinks it. Nisha finds the open man in Priya, that extra pass. But Priya misses that. Kritika drops it to Kavya. Kavya turns, not able to find herself free. Gives it back to Priya Goswami. This time she spins the other way and attempts a shot. She couldn't make it. Priya tries to pull down the rebound. Minute and 41 on the clock. Ludhiana Queens lead by 2. Panthers throw. It's going to be Queen's throw. Priya Goswami. Back to Kavya. Kavya finds Priya free, but she couldn't make it off the reverse layup. And finding herself to the hoop is Durga Dharmadikari. Sinks one off the glass. Durga is trying to do it all for her team. And a long 2 there by Kritika Dhingra. The ball is out of bounds. It's going to be Panthers ball. Trailing by 1, the Panthers will be looking to rack a few more points up and try to see if they can pull off this victory. Else they would find themselves being eliminated from this round. So it's a must-win game for the Panthers. Kicking it out to Smriti Radhakrishnan. Smriti, it's an air ball. Kritika was there to pick it up and take it out. Dropping it to Kavya this time. Kavya has Priya and Smriti on her. And Kritika forces a 2 there. And she sinks it. That's 2 points for the Queens. The Queens are up by 3 now. Durga is going to have to work her magic real quick. Else they're facing elimination. And it's Queen's ball again. Once more she launches. But this time it's not good for Kritika. Priya Goswami. The ball is out of bounds. Panther ball, 39.6 on the clock, and they trail by 3. The Panthers. Durga unable to make it. Priya Goswami pulls it down, but Smriti steals her, picks her pocket. Priya Sharma forcing one there, gets fouled by Kavya, so Priya Sharma will go to the free throw line. Doesn't seem like it. It's a Queen's possession. Kanika Rajawat drops it deep inside. Ball is out of bounds. 25.7 on the clock. Queens look like they are going to pull this one away and eliminate the Pune Panthers, a situation that they've not been in. Sinks one off the glass. That's the 18th point for the Queens. Priya Goswami tries to find the open man. Priya Sharma is there to pick it up. Durga valiantly tries to cut down the lead, but it's Panthers elimination. That's what is going to happen now. The Queens are looking to pick up their first victory, and they do. This game has gone down to the buzzer. That is 18-14 is the scoreline, and the Ludhiana Queens eliminate Pune Panthers from the league now. This round is done and dusted for the Panthers, and they're going to be pretty disappointed considering they have oodles of talent and couldn't quite get their A game out on the floor today. And of course, Anmol Preet, the wall, Pannu, is going to be very happy for her team. They have played without her and with Kavya Singla in place. And the final score, Ludhiana Queens have eliminated the Pune Panthers from progressing any further with a scoreline of 18-14. Let's go over to Rishi.
Ludhiana Queens have won their game number 1 in Women's League, round number 4. And I have someone who's just come in to play this league in Season 3, Kavya from NBA Academy. Kavya, first of all, welcome. How do you feel being here?
I feel really happy, and I always wanted to grab this opportunity, and as I am able to grab this opportunity, I think I'm going to get much experience from this, and I'm really proud and I'm really happy.
That's great. You're playing for Ludhiana Queens, and Ludhiana Queens have always been a strong team. We've finished 3 rounds. It's round number 4. How do you feel about the atmosphere and gelling with the players since you've just come in?
Well, all the players are very nice, and the staff is also very nice, and I feel really happy to be around here. I have seen stories of players. They were putting on stories, and I was like, I also wanted to play. And now I'm really happy that I'm here. I feel really excited, actually.
I'm glad. You've put on a great show in the game number 1. You've actually taken the game away from Pune. What do you feel about that game? Those scores up there. Did you think that there was any kind of pressure since it's your first game, or you were all confident?
Yeah, actually there was a lot of pressure because the court is also different and we don't know how the rings are. So it was my first match and I was nervous in the first match, obviously. But after playing, now I think I have grabbed the essence to how to play in this court. And I'm really excited to play all these matches.
That's great. Keep that smile going. Congratulations and good luck for the next one. That was Kavya from Ludhiana Queens. They've won their first game. That means Pune Panthers has no chance to go ahead in this round. But let's see what happens after a short break.
And then all the mistakes that we have made. So we took our time, we planned it really well, and now we are here in Chandigarh with our perfect setup. We started Women's League in 2019, and the purpose of starting was again take India to Olympic. Men's have a different ranking system, and to take India on Olympic, women's, because there is no such a league in basketball, even the 3x3 for women, I realized back in 2018 that there is a lot of opportunity for women. So that's why we have a league and grow the number of teams. So in next season, we will have 12 women's team. The difference between 3x3 and 5-on-5 is there are a lot of differences, such as, let me start with the timing. So in 3x3, we only have 10 minutes. In 5-on-5 is a 40 minutes game. In 5-on-5, they use 7-size ball, whereas in 3x3, we use 6-size ball with a 7-size weight. This actually makes a player to dribble better because of the grip, shoot better, pass better. Because of that, game is more engaging, there's a more score happening, so it becomes more entertaining. And 3x3 has a knockout. So the rule is either 10 minutes or 21 points, whichever comes first. And by the end of 10 minutes, whoever has the highest score wins, or 21 points under 10 minutes. And 3x3 does not have a personal foul compared to 5-on-5, but it has a team fouls. So in reality, in 3x3, you could foul as much as you want, but obviously that becomes a team's problem, not an individual problem. So you won't get eliminated by fouling too much. And as a player who has played both formats, I realize everything that you do in 3x3 is a lot faster than 5-on-5. Starting with the playing, even with a refereeship, and also the camera work. So the structure is, in the men's team, we have 12 teams in men's. We have divided into two groups of Conference A and Conference B. Now, day 1 is a Conference A, day 2 is a Conference B. Each conference is divided in 6 teams, and the 6 teams is divided into 2 groups of 3. They have a league matches. They play within their group, and the top 2 teams go to the semi-final and the final. Each round and each conference has a champion. Those are counted as a FIBA points, and as well as we give them a team 3BL points. At the end of round 5, whoever has the highest point and highest ranking will be allocated to round 6, which is our final. The final round is going to be combined of all 12 teams. This will be divided 3 teams divided into 4 groups, and they will play with each other. Top 2 teams will go to the day 2. Top 8 teams, starting from a quarterfinal, they will play as a knockout. So it will be a league round robin on the day 1 on the final, and the knockout on the day 2. And we'll decide a league champion and a league MVP.
It all started with a group of boys playing basketball. It all started with the passion they had for basketball. It all started with Mr. Rohit Bakshi wanted to do something for the country, wanted to do something for the kids who love sports, but they don't have a platform to perform it for a longer run. So the vision started of making children play such a game which could make you a better human being, and it does, physically and mentally. Seeing the talent in all parts of India, like be it South, be it North, when we saw that there is a talent, but we are not aware of it, and there is much more than we think of, much more than we know of. I think bringing a sport like basketball is anyways a tough job, and bringing up a league and getting everybody together makes it much more difficult. Basketball is played more by boys, so it started with boys league. It didn't start with women's. Women's was introduced last season, and this is the second season for women's league. Initially, we didn't have that much support we thought we would have, introducing something, telling what it is, and then convincing them to help our country, help our generation, help our kids. Joining hands with a private organization, doing anything like that, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of convincing. So that is a second milestone we achieved, getting that government bodies along with us. So first thing was that it was a new sport. Nobody was aware of it. That was a big challenge. And today, when we talk to people about game, they only know like 5-on-5. There are so many of them. We had to start with what is 3x3 and how it's played. So that's the first challenge we had to overcome, that create awareness about 3x3. 3 words that come to my mind, it would be quick, entertaining, and fast.
The basketball rules very clearly state that if a player is having the ball in their hands, and if a defensive player strikes the hand of the player who is holding the ball, this is not a foul. So players in their anxiety try to claim for a foul so that they don't want to lose a very crucial possession. I'll repeat this once again. If a player is holding a ball and a defensive player strikes the hand of the player, the palm which is holding the ball, this is not a foul. But players tend to claim a foul because if they have lost possession, they would like to get the ball in their for them in their favor. The hand checking was definitely there, but then at that time the ball was not in the hands of the player. So this is what a player should be able to judge, at what time the contact occurred, and by that contact whether any advantage situation has been got by their opponents. Players have to play their game naturally. They should try to avoid trying to claim a foul, because like I said, that there are contacts, but every contact cannot be called a foul. So if a player is definitely moving towards the basket, the progression is towards the basket, and there is an obstruction, there is an advantage which is got by the player who is not permitting an opponent, an offensive player with the ball going towards the basket, this will definitely be called a foul. So this is where a player has to be able to identify whether they are right in claiming a foul. I do agree, because every player in their anxiety would like that the decision comes in their favor. But then we as referees, we play a neutral role. We identify those situations which need to be compulsory called as a foul, so that the flow of the game is not interrupted. No team gets an advantage. No player is at a disadvantage. So this is what is the focus on which we will be doing our officiating in the remaining part of the event also.
Welcome back from the break, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching 3BL Season 3, and this is the women's round number 4. For all those people who've just joined in, let me tell you that we've finished the first 3 league games of women's round 4, and remaining now are the 3, and then we'll be having the semi-finals and the finals for the women's league round number 4. It is now time for game 4, and bringing out the team that is playing game number 1 for today in round 4. Put your hands together and please welcome from the Pink City, Team Jaipur Regals. After a good break, Team Jaipur Regals look all pumped up and hope no injuries anybody is suffering from. Playing against Jaipur Regals in this game. Please put your hands together and welcome team from down south, Team Coimbatore Spunkies. Too much experience on the court in this game, and it is toss time here between Jaipur Regals and Coimbatore Spunkies. Can I have the captains, please? All right, who's calling? Jaipur Regals is called tails. The coins going out of the court. Heads it is. Coimbatore Spunkies win the toss and will take the ball.
Jaipur Regals versus Coimbatore Spunkies, and the Jaipur Regals are going to be represented by number 10 Lekana Hegde. Number 7 Eri Sangma is out of this round, and instead Nishita Dadich will be playing. And we have Shaili Upadhyay wearing jersey number 9. But it is number 15, Anita the Annihilator, Paul Durai, who will be finishing that lineup for the Regals. And for Coimbatore Spunkies, we have number 9, Abalad, number 14, Geeta Anna Rahul, number 13, Hemangani Gamit, and number 7, Srividya Surya Shekhar. The Spunkies have played one game already and suffered a loss in their first game to the Kochi Stars. Jaipur Regals having their first game today, so it is a must-win game for the Spunkies if they must continue on in today's round. Jaipur Regals will try to pick up their first victory so that they can go into the next game with less pressures. They will of course be meeting Kochi Stars in the next game. Abalad spots up for a jumper and she sinks it. 1 point for the Spunkies on the board. Lekna. Shaili Upadhyay to Lekna, Lekna to Anita, Anita for a 2. It's an air ball. Dropping it to Geetu is Abalad, gets it back. Oh, nice dish to Geetu again. Geetu off the glass. The second point up for the Spunkies. Good ball rotation there. Anita Poldurai to Lekna. Lekna spotting up for a 2. Geetu is there to pull down the rebound and gives it out to Srividya Surya Shekhar. Srividya brings it out and she will attempt it too. And this time that's an air ball. But Abba and Shaili are at it for the rebound tussling. To Lekna. Lekna drives all the way to the hoop, loses the ball there, but still manages to keep possession and sinks one. Opening scores for the Regals is Lekna Hegde. Geetu drops it to Abba. Back again to Geetu. Geetu forces her way in and sinks one. That's a 3rd point for the Spunkies. Shaili forces her way in, unable to make it. Lekna spotting up for a jumper. Anita pulls down the rebound, takes it out, kicks it out to Shaili. Shaili back to Lekna. Lekna for a 2. Unable to make it. Srividya has the rebound, kicks it out to Abba. Abba drops it to Geetu. Geetu with a turnaround shot, sinks it and finds herself on the free throw line. An opportunity to make it a 2-point play. Geetu sinks the other one as well, so it's 5 points to the Spunkies. They have raced off to a 4-point lead already. The Regals are yet to come to grips and start making those points that they need. Although they have just 1 point on the board, they're struggling to put up those points. Srividya Suryashekhar attempts a 2. And she gets it. Friendly rim. This time Anita tries to reply with a 2 of her own. Srividya once more. Not able to make it. Geetu is there to pick it up and try to put it in. Abalad with the rebound and she will spot up for a jumper. Mid-range one is good. The 8th point on the board for the Spunkies. And ball is stolen by Srividya. Definitely they have a rhythm going. And Geetu with one off the glass. 8 points deficit is what the Regals are staring at. They have not yet quite come into this game. Nishita with the 2nd point for the Regals. Abalad. Anita pulls down the rebound out to Lekana. Lekana tries to go inside for a floater. Couldn't make it. It's an air ball. Srividya is there to pick it up. Spots up for a 2 from outside. And that is good. That's 11th point for the Spunkies. This is a kind of play that is expected of this team. And the 10th point is good as well. Srividya has not been challenged there, so she picked it up. That would be the 10-point difference is what they're staring at, the Jaipur Regals. The Regals haven't even begun playing is what we must say, because the momentum and the force is with the Spunkies right now. They have it going and they're going at it strong. They will try to make best use of this momentum and make sure that the Regals don't come into the game at all. Whatever they're doing is working in the Spunkies' favor. And this is a must-win game for them. 6 minutes 49 on the clock and the Regals are struggling to put up those points. Hemangni comes in for Geetu. Srividya for a 2 and she sinks it. She's found her shooting rhythm and that's going well in their favor. Anita turns around, puts one up off the glass. That's 1 point for the Regals. Srividya finds her way to the hoop. Missing it. Anita is there to pull down the rebound. Shaili. Anita will try to drive inside, spins, kicks it out. Shaili is open and she attempts a 2 and she sinks it. 5 points for the Regals. Abalad spotting up for a jumper. It's a little short. Lekana. But Hemangni Gamut is there to save the ball for her team. Abalad almost losing it, but Hemangni was there to pick it up. Srividya off a screen, but that is a shot clock violation. Shot will not count. Well, it seems to have counted, so that's in favor of the Spunkies right now. 11-point lead is what they're looking at. They're looking so good and comfortable right now. The Regals are, even though they did manage to put up a couple of quick points on the board, they are still struggling. Nishita. Shaili losing it. Abalad is quick to pick it up. Srividya Suryashekhar with the ball. Geetu sets a screen, so Srividya can get a good look, but not able to make it. Geetu has the rebound out to Abba. Abba for a 2 this time. This is an air ball. Lekana has the ball for the Regals. Shaili Kicks it out to Lekna. Lekna off the glass, couldn't make it, but Abba is there to pick it up. Srividya for another 2, and hot hands she has. That's 18 points for the Spunkies. All they need is 3 points to ice this game. And this time Shaili takes it all the way, and a reverse layup, she makes it. Srividya splits her defense, but it was Nishita with a block there. With 4:32 on the clock and trailing by 10, the Jaipur Regals don't look like they're going to pull off a victory here. Geetu has added one more to the score. That Spunkies have 19. Anita Poldure for 2. Hits a front ring. That is Shaili. Shaili kicks it out to Nishita Tadic, and Nishita is unable to sink it. Geetu has the rebound, kicks it out to Hemangni Gamit. Back again to Geetu. Geetu gives it to Hemangni, who cuts it. A tough shot, and she makes it. Hemangni Gamit with that reverse layup. A tad too far, but still managed to finish. It's an air ball. They need just 1 point to ice this. Coimbatore Spunkies have found a new rhythm, and this is looking good. This is a spunk that is expected of them, and they are doing very well right now. The Spunkies need just 1 point to ice this game. 3 minutes 56 on the clock, and the Regals are struggling with just 8 points on the board. It's Regals' ball, spotting up for a jumper, but Hemangni is there to pull down the rebound and give it to Abalad. Abalad spotting up for a jumper, unable to make it. Hemangni is there to pick up the rebound, and she draws a foul. And the foul has been committed by Shaili Upadhyay. Not that it matters, just a team foul indeed, but still. Srividya kicks it out to open man in Hemangni. Hemangni misses that one off the glass, but that's a tussle there, and it was a mismatch, but Nishita and Hemangni went at it. Anita kicks it out to Shaili, finding the open man, and Anita spots up for a 2. She's not found her touch as yet. Abba not able to make it. Geetu checks in for Hemangni. Spunkies will try to stop this one and make sure they get it, but then they've conceded a point here to the Regals. The 9th point has come off just now. Geetu turns off the glass, and that is it, folks. 21-9 is the scoreline. The Spunkies have trounced the Regals, given them a hard loss, and have managed to stay in the competition. Now Jaipur Regals have the onus of having to pull off a victory from Kochi Stars if they want to eliminate someone else and make it to the semi-finals, but it's not going to be easy considering they have received a drubbing in this game. So when push comes to shove, what will matter is the fact that the number of points that these teams have scored is what is going to come down to that, and it's not looking good for the Regals, having just converted 9 points. They are going to have to return this favor, this time to the Kochi Stars, if they must keep their hopes alive to move to the semi-final. But the Spunkies have done so well for themselves and look like the force is in their favor. And the final score is Coimbatore Spunkies have beaten Jaipur Regals 21-9. And let's go over to Rishi.
Jaipur Regals have finished the game number 1 for round number 4 in the Women's League, and I have someone who could not make it, but they wanted to really win this one. I have Lekhna Hegde with me. Lekhna, first of all, I want to ask you, you've finished 3 rounds and you're into the round 4. What's the experience been like at 3BL Season 3?
I think I'm very grateful to get this opportunity, but we're going to work hard next round and make sure we make it to the finals.
Yeah, I can see that you guys really have a good team. Skills and the tactics are concerned. What do you think is lacking from winning or taking you guys further?
I think it's the whole team's 100% and all of us are not giving our 100% on the court. And if we give our maximum, nobody can stop us.
That's for sure. And you have one more game to go in this round and it's going to be a must win if you want to progress. What's the strategy and the plan going to be like?
I think it's all teamwork because if we play together as a team, nobody can stop us.
All right. Good luck for that. And make sure that you win the next one. That was Lekhna from Jaipur Regals. Coming up is a game that you don't want to miss. It's going to be a good one.
And the next game is going to be played between the Delhi Divas and Ludhiana Queens. That's what we are going to be expecting next. Quite the competition, I would say, because the Ludhiana Queens are in fine fettle right now. And the Delhi Divas, of course, have everything going their way. And it is going to be exciting to watch this game. Let's go over to Rishi. He's ready to welcome the teams.
It is now time for game number 5 in round number 4 of Women's League here at 3BL Season 3. And this one's going to be an interesting one, ladies and gentlemen, because both the teams that are playing have already won their game number 1, the first game that they played for today's day in Women's League round 4. Without wasting any time, let's bring out the defending champions from round 3. Team Delhi Divas! Team Delhi Divas definitely have a lot of confidence as their team is all content and composed and execution at the best on the court. Coming up against Delhi Divas, a team that will probably give them a tough time. Let's bring out Team Ludhiana Queens. Team Ludhiana Queens have also won their opening game today. And let's see what happens this one. This one's going to be a tough one because they are playing against the defending champs. So this one's going to be a watcher. Can I have the captains, please, of both the teams for the toss? Good luck to both of you. Who's calling? Ludhiana Queens is called for heads. Heads it is. Ludhiana Queens win the toss. We'll take the ball. Aparna, take it further.
Thank you, Rishi. Delhi Divas are in fine form right now and they will be represented by number 15, Khushi Alawat, number 10, Ishika Chowdhury, number 6, Raspreet the Fox Sidhu, number 3, Tavleen Kaur Bandal. Tavleen is nursing an ankle injury, but she seems to be quite comfortable and having recovered from the initial pain and things like that. She's on the recovery. Ludhiana Queens is being represented by number 9, Kritika Dhingra, number 94, Kanika Singh Rajawat, and number 7, Kavya Singla comes in place of Anmol Preet Pannu, and number 4, Priya Goswami. They also have found a certain groove and they are looking to extend that into this game because both teams have a victory each and they will be seeing how best they can play and make sure that they get the first semi-final spot. It means that they would get a little bit of rest between that and the finals should they win. So it is going to be a lot of tactical play that we are going to be seeing here, and Raspreet the Fox Sidhu is known for that and also for rallying her teammates around her and ensuring they do what is required to pull off a victory. She has been a true leader on and off the floor, making sure that she extracts the best out of them and also setting an example for them to follow. It's been great going for the Divas. They won round 1 and round 3, although they didn't make it to the finals in round 2. Today they are looking pumped because the team that has the maximum points at the end of 6 rounds in 3x3BL will have an opportunity to play in the Asian level tournament that will happen soon enough. As you might know, 3x3 basketball is the fastest and most exciting urban sport in the world, and 3BL will act as a feeder system to the Indian 3x3 teams. From the street to the Olympics, 3BL gives India a shot at not just fielding a team, but also winning a gold at the Olympics. Kanika Rajawat will take the inbounds throw for the Queens. Kanika, Kavya and Priya Goswami. Kavya turns around and she makes an easy one for the Queens, an open score. Raspreet drops it to Kushi. Kushi almost losing it, but Kavya was there to pick it up, and she saves it for the Queens. Back to Priya Goswami. Priya off the glass. Nice reverse layup there. The second point for the Queens comes fairly fast enough. Raspreet finds herself all the way to the hoop. Launches one, unable to make it, but Kushi is there to pick up the rebound. And there's a bit of hustle there. And Ishika tries to save the ball, and she does from the floor, but then she is not finding the going easy. Raspreet does have the ball, and this is a shot clock violation. Great defensive hustle and work by the Ludhiana Queens early on. Barely a minute into the game. Tavleen checks in for Ishika. Kanika Rajawat, screen set by Kavya. Back to Priya Goswami. Priya tries to feed Kavya deep inside, but Tavleen was there to thwart it. And Raspreet ensured Tavleen got it back again. And Raspreet will take it to the hoop off the glass. It's a little too short. Khushi to Tavleen. Tavleen off the glass sinks a first point for the Divas. Kanika being hustled on the line there by Raspreet. But the ball is still with the Queens. And great defensive efforts by Khushi. And Priya loses the ball. But off the hips it goes. So it is going to be Queen's ball. The good defensive play is that they have barely 2 seconds remaining to complete that play, else they'll go into a shot clock violation, and that is what happened. But here she managed to launch the shot before the shot clock violation. Still Queen's ball. Kavya loses her balance but saves the ball. Kritika Dhingra is there. Tries to find the open man, gives it to Kavya. Kavya will try to spot up against Raspreet. Raspreet, quick hands. She steals that ball, but this time Kritika is there to make sure that Raspreet didn't get the best of that steal. Ball is once more out of bounds. Ishika to Raspreet. Raspreet for a 2, and she sinks it. 3 points. They have a 1-point lead. After the first minute, the Ludhiana Queens haven't put up any point in a minute, a little more than a minute. Kavya draws a foul on an attempt, so she will go to the free throw line with an opportunity to score one. That's the first foul of the game, and it came from the Divas. She sinks it. That's a second point for Kavya. And their level scores 3 apiece. Raspreet for another 2. Tavleen tips the ball but stolen by Kritika. Kritika tries to muscle her way in, but will find the open man Kavya. Kavya, although she was pretty much sandwiched and challenged by 2 of the players, sinks one to give the Queens an extra point. So the Queens have a lead of 1 point. 4-3 is the score. 7:33 on the clock. It's Queens ball. But this time Khushi was ready to thwart a deep pass inside to open man Kavya. Raspreet finds her way all the way to the hoop with a nice finger roll. She sinks one in and level scores again. Nifty handles there by Kritika Dhingra. Pulls up for a jumper. She couldn't make it, but Raspreet has the rebound. Spins, turns, drives all the way. A reverse layup high off the glass, couldn't make it, but Kushi is there to pick up the rebound and put one back in. That is 5 points for the Divas. Queens trail by 1. A screen set drops to the open man. That was Kanika Singh Rajawat, who passes to Kavya, and Kavya manages to draw a foul. She's going to go back to the free throw line with 6:53 on the clock, and now it's time for a timeout. Kavya Singla for a free throw. And she sinks it. That's 5 points apiece. And spotting up for a jumper unchallenged is Ishika, who sinks it and makes sure that her team still has a 1-point lead. And Kavya answers with another one for her team. That's 6 apiece. Tavleen to the open man Ishika. Ishika sinks it and makes sure that she has picked up a foul in the process. Will go to the free throw line. Tavleen checks out and Raspreet checks in. And Ishika makes sure it's a 2-point play. Priya Goswami with the ball. Kritika Dhingra tries to split the defense and goes in, but forces a shot. Raspreet was there to pick off the air ball and make sure she will find the opening to go inside, but she couldn't convert it. Kushik with the ball, loses the ball. Delhi Divas have a 2-point lead, their largest so far in the game. 6 minutes and 3 seconds on the clock. Kushi tips it out and Raspreet was there to take it. Kicks it out once more to Kushi. Kushi spots up for a jumper. It's a clean one. That's a 9th point for the Divas. Kavya to Priya Goswami. Priya tries to split the defense and goes inside for a jumper. Couldn't make it. She's there to pick up a rebound off the glass. Just a jumper, but she couldn't make it. The second attempt is no good as well. So it still continues to be with the Queens as it went off the hands of the Divas. Tavleen is there. That's Kritika forcing a shot from beyond the perimeter, but she couldn't make it. It's a little too short. Tavleen now takes it inside, out to Kushi. Kushi to Raspreet. Raspreet finds Tavleen. Tavleen for a jumper. It was more an air ball, but Kushi was there to try and put it back. It was a shot clock violation. The Queens are trailing by 3. 5 minutes 17 on the clock. Divas have 9 and the Queens have 6. It's going to be Queens ball. Spin move inside. That's Kritika Dhingra of the Ludhiana Queens with a sweet move, picking up that extra point for her team. A hustling defensive move there, but a foul has been called. Raspreet checks in for Kushi. Ishika, Raspreet and Tavleen on the floor, while the Queens have Kritika, Priya and Kanika on the floor. Ishika drops it to Raspreet, but unfortunately it's a turnover. Well, the ball went out of bounds of Ludhiana. Raspreet drives in and Priya Goswami concedes a foul. Raspreet will take the free throw. Ludhiana have conceded a quick 3 fouls. Raspreet sinks it. That's a 10th point for the Divas. Trailing by 3, the Queens. Hesitation moves, finding the open man to Priya Goswami. Kritika Dhingra has been doing a stellar job of being a point guard for her team. Kanika Rajawat, man out of bounds. It's going to be Delhi ball, 4:37 on the clock. Kritika Dhingra had a piece of that. Kavya checks in for Kritika. And switching positions is Priya and Kavya. Ishika off a screen set by Raspreet. Ishika goes all the way to the hoop, kicks it out to Tavleen, but Priya Goswami was there to make sure it wasn't too easy. Raspreet with the ball this time, and she spots up for a jumper and she makes it. That is Raspreet the Fox Sidhu adding another point to her team's total. Now they have 11. Kavya almost losing the ball. It's a 4-man hustle. Raspreet, Tavleen, Priya and Kavya. Ishika. Screen set by Khushi. But Raspreet takes a jumper, not able to make it. Kavya with the ball kicks it out to Priya Goswami. Priya to Kanika. Drops it to Kavya. Kavya will spot up and go against Khushi. She makes it off the glass. Kavya adding a point there. Khushi this time tries to turn and launch one off, but Kavya is there to pick up the rebound inside to Khushi, to Priya Goswami. Kanika Rajawat takes a running jumper there. She couldn't make it. A little too hasty. Raspreet forcing her way in, but not quite able to finish that. Three minutes 24 on the clock, and Ludhiana Queens trail by 3. Kritika to Kanika. Kanika drops it to Kavya. Kavya kicks it out again to Kanika for a 2 this time, but she's not able to make it. Three minutes 21 on the clock. It's Delhi ball. Drops it inside to Khushi. Khushi will take it in and misses that. Kavya is there to fight for the rebound, but Raspreet is quick to pick her hands for an open jumper. Raspreet sinks it. That's a 12th point for the Divas. And forcing a shot there is Kritika Dhingra for the Queens. It's not good. Tavleen has the ball. Raspreet once again. She will try to take it all the way in. Draws a foul. Raspreet sinks one. Puts up the score to 13 points in favor of her side. And forcing a shot, that's Kritika Dhingra. Now Priya Goswami has an open jumper. She makes it. So they still trail by 4 points. The Queens, Raspreet with the ball. 2 minutes 33 on the clock. Tavleen almost losing it, but Priya has it. Priya to Kritika. Kritika will spot up for a 2. hits the front of the ring and it pops out. Back again to Raspreet. Raspreet, fake, takes it in, kicks it out to open man Kushi. Kushi couldn't make it. Raspreet is there to try and put it off the glass. She couldn't make it either. Tavleen's turn this time with the ball, but out to Kushi. Drops it back to Tavleen. Tavleen sinks it this time. It's 14 points to the Divas and the Queens are down by 5. A high pass to Kavya under the board and Kavya makes it. That was Kritika with the assist. Kushi to Tavleen. Tavleen back to Kushi again. Whoa, that was Priya Goswami who loses balance there. And Raspreet for a 2. Tavleen picks up the rebound back to Kushi. Kushi spots up for a jumper. Easy one for her. That's 15 points. Kavya tries to take it closer, but she couldn't make it. Raspreet with the ball, minute and 23 on the clock. The Queens are finding it hard to put those points up. And that is Kritika Dhingra launching a 2. Tavleen with the rebound. She will take it out. Out to Kushi. Kushi works away inside. Draws a foul. She'll go to the free throw line. Ishika checks in for Tavleen. 54.8 seconds. The Delhi Divas are looking extremely comfortable. Ludhiana Queens are trailing by 5 points. Not much that they can do in less than a minute. To Raspreet. Raspreet open for a 2. Ball is out of bounds. Dropping it inside to the open man, but Priya Goswami is unable to finish. Ishika with the ball. Screen set up, drops it to Kushi inside. Kicks it out to Raspreet. Raspreet to Ishika again. Nice ball movement and they ensure that they got their 16th point on the board. 22.2 seconds remaining and a 6 points deficit is what the Ludhiana Queens are staring at. This is almost as good as over and Delhi Divas will play in the first semi-final. The second semi-final, the winners of Pool B will take on Jaipur Ludhiana Queens. My apologies. Pune Panthers have been eliminated in the pool. So it's going to be Delhi Divas and Ludhiana Queens who make it to the semi-finals from Pool A. Pool B still remains a little open right now. Kochi Stars have 1 win. Coimbatore Spunkies have 1 win. The Jaipur Regals are yet to play the Kochi Stars. We'll have to see if they can do something remarkable and stir up the hornet's nest as we can see it. And that is the final whistle. The Delhi Divas are going into the semi-final for one more time in this round. They have played so very well. Good victories, both of them. 16-10 is the scoreline. And the final score is Delhi Divas have 16 and Ludhiana Queens have 10. Let's go over to Rishi. He's waiting to interview the Delhi Divas players.
What a game that was. Initially, it did look like it was going the Queen's way, but the Divas stole it away. I'm talking about Delhi Divas have won their game, and I have the very, very talented and the very strong Tavleen standing next to me. Tavleen, first of all, congratulations. We finished 3 rounds of 3BL Season 3. You've been a part of this champion team. How do you feel? What's the experience been like so far?
First of all, I would like to thank 3BL for conducting all this. And after 2 years, it's been a pleasure to play. Other than that, if I honestly say, being a part of Delhi Divas has been enriching, because not only have I learned so much more about the game and in a new format as well, but I've also learned teamwork and how to give your best at every game, irrespective of whether you're winning or losing. Like, one thing Delhi believes in is giving their all out. And it's never about offense, it's always about defense. Because offense can blow your way or not, depending on wins or anything, but your effort should never lack. Like, we should be the team that puts the most effort every time.
Well, you seem considerably happy about that, and why shouldn't you be? You're the defending champions. Now, I want to know the amount of experience that you're gaining with such experienced players who've played the ball for, like, let's say, more than 10 years. What's that feeling like?
It's absolutely amazing. And when you talk to Raspreeti especially, or any senior players, they'll tell you so much more about the small knickknacks of the game, wherein it's not about, like, even in post-up, a lot of people think it's about the strength or the height, but it's really about footwork. And you can see our center, Khushi, doing a great job in that. So,
you guys, each position that you guys have got, you guys are nailing it. I want to ask you a quick question. What does the team call you? Do you have a nickname in the team?
yeah, they do. At least our coach calls me Rodman because of, well, you decide.
Well, now the fans are going to call you Rodman, so that's what it is. Congratulations, Roddy. And good luck for the next game. That was Tavleen from Delhi Divas, and she looks... Why shouldn't she be? She's the defending champions anyway. Let's see what happens this round.
And the next game will be played between Kochi Stars and the Jaipur Regals. Jaipur Regals, it's a must-win game if they must try to stay alive in this round. But the going is very tough for them because they have to pick up a huge total and keep Kochi Stars within very few points, which is going to be very difficult because Kochi Stars are on a roll and they will look to continue their fine form. Now let's go to Rishi. He's ready to welcome the teams.
It is now time, ladies and gentlemen, to bring on the teams that are playing the last pool game in the women's round 4. And after that, it's going to be the clash of the semi-finals and then the finals. Well, but to begin that, we need to finish this game. And for that, let's bring out the runners-up from last round, Kochi Stars. Team Kochi Stars had a good rest even today between the games because they're just 3 players, so they don't have a change. And playing against Kochi Stars, a team that really, really needs to win. Team Jaipur Regals. Team Jaipur Regals has a great combo, as I every time say. They have all it takes for a good pro team to play the ball. Let's see what happens. Can I have the captains of both the teams with me? Tremendous amount of experience again on the court in this game today. Who's calling? All right, Steffi. Heads is the call. Heads it is. Kochi Stars win the toss and will take the ball in the last league game. Aparna, take it forward for women's round 4.
Thank you very much, Rishi. Kochi Stars coming off with the win from Game 1 will be represented by number 6, Steffi the Albatross Nixon, number 5, Kanishka Dir, number 77, Divyani Gangwal, number 10, Vandana Arya, who's not here for this round, which means the Kochi Stars are a little short-staffed. Jaipur Regals will be represented by number 10, Lekana Hegde. Number 15 will replace number 7, and that's going to be Anita, the annihilator, Paul Durek. Number 8, Nishita Dadich. And number 9, Shaili Upadhyay. They will suit up for the Regals. Folks, don't be confused. The light pinks are the Kochi Stars and the dark pinks are Jaipur Regals. Jaipur Regals don't have a victory as yet. Kochi Stars have been fairly consistent in the league because in round 1 they were the runners-up, round 2 they were the winners, round 3 they were the runners, and now they look to go into their 4th consecutive semi-final. Jaipur Regals are yet to pull off any impressive victory so far. They're still trying to find their rhythm amongst themselves and see if they can put out their best on the floor. Many of these players have come from diverse backgrounds and just met up just before the league and not had an opportunity to practice together, so they have not been able to find a combination going or get a chemistry brewing. Steffi, defended by Lekana. Lekana pulls down the rebound, but Steffi is there and Divyani is there to try to make her life difficult, but Lekana gets a better of it. Ball off the hands of Divyani. Shaili drops it inside to Lekana. Lekana turns around for a jumper off the glass, sinks the first point for the Regals. Can they do better than they did in first game? If they do, they'll find it better. Kanishka Dir replies with one of her own with a pull-up jumper there. And Kanishka reaches in and fouls Anita Poldurai there. So that's the first foul of the game, and that's going to go against the Kochi Stars. Shaili Upadhyay drives in. Lekana out to Anita. Steffi pulls down the rebound, gives it to Kanishka. Kanishka unchallenged to the hoop, unable to make it, but Steffi is there to drop it in, and she gets fouled in the process, so she will go to the free throw line with an opportunity to make it a 2-point play. She doesn't make it. Ball rebounded by Lekana. Lekana to Shaili. Shaili, hesitation move there, but absolutely mismatched with Kanishka on her. Kanishka got a piece of that ball. Ball is out of bounds, so it's going to be Regal ball. Shaili out to Lekana. Lekana spotting up for a 2. Divyani pulls up for a jumper. Nishita has checked in. Lekana this time takes it inside but kicks it out. Anita Poldurai. Anita out to Nishita. Nishita tries to split the defense and find the hoop. She's not able to make it but draws a foul in the process, so she will go to the free throw line with an opportunity to score. And Nishita sinks it, giving the Regals their second point. Steffi with a turnaround jumper couldn't make it, but hustling under the board for the rebound. There are a lot of pink jerseys involved, but 2 of them happen to be the Regals one, and 1 happens to be Steffi. Nishita and Lekana were on her. 8 minutes 32 on the clock. Shaili back to Anita. Spins, moves. Unable to finish. Steffi missing it, but Lekhna was there to pick up the rebound and she was hustled by Divyani Gangwal. It's going to be Regal ball. Screen set. Anita tries to split the defense and goes to the hoop. She misses an easy layup. Anita not finding her mojo at all. She has been suffering from calf injuries and finding the movement very slow and painful, but she's valiantly battling it out like a trooper for her team, but unable to put up too many results on the board. Steffi from outside this time. Ball is out of bounds. Very slow scoring so far. Lekhna tries to split the defense and put one off the glass. She couldn't make it. Divyani Gangwal with the rebound, gives it to Steffi. Steffi turns around and she sinks it with a soft touch, barely over the rim. Lekhna. Divyani Gangwal drops it back to Steffi. Steffi finds the open man in Kanishka. Kanishka spots her for a jumper and completes that play with a point on the scoreboard. Shaili. In and out, not a friendly ring. Kanishka kicks it out to Steffi. Steffi will step back and attempt a shot. Divyani is there to pull down the rebound for the Kochi Stars. Kanishka this time, she makes it. Kanishka has been having a good day so far, making sure that those opportunities count by way of points on the scoreboard. Anita missing that one. Dropping it inside to Steffi. Steffi back to Kanishka. This time it's too short. Anita with the ball, kicks it out to Shaili. Shaili will try to take it inside and finds Lekhna free outside, so she will pass to her. That's an air ball. Six minutes and 8 remain. Kochi Stars have a 4-point lead. Divyani Gangwal with the steal. Great hustling defense by Kochi. Playing with one-man short. Kochi Stars are doing everything they can to ensure that they have this game in their control, and they're managing to do so right now. Kanishka Dheer had another point added to the Stars. Spinning inside, Lekhna not able to make it. Kanishka Dheer with the ball outside. Finds a way inside off the glass. Where is the defense is what I'd like to figure right now, because she managed to beat two men on the way to the hoop. Regals are struggling in every department, offensively, defensively. They really need to pull up their socks and do something if they have to pull off a victory. And it doesn't seem like it's happening right now because they're really, really struggling. Finds the open man inside. Lekhna finally has a point on the board for the Regals after really, really long time. A nice assist by Anita Poldurek. 3 seconds has been called on Steffi, so that is going to be a turnover. And Kanishka there with the 2 for the Stars. has a ball stripped by Divyani. That was Nishita who lost the ball. 4 minutes 57 on the clock. The Stars have a 6 points lead over Regals. Very, very slow scoring game. The heat might be a factor here. Anita dropping it inside to Nishita. Nishita missing that one. Kanishka dropping it to Steffi. Turns around. Steffi unable to make it. Shaili was there to swat it out off Steffi's hands. Steffi also playing with some injuries. Her hip seems to have been injured in the last round and she was struggling with that. Shaili finding the open man and Anita. Anita dropping it. But that is a missed pass. A turnover right into the hands of Kanishka Adir. And a foul has been called. The Regals have picked up their third foul. Steffi to the open man Kanishka. Kanishka sinks one and draws a foul. So she will go to the free throw line. Nishita checks in for Anita. One of their poorest performances so far today. The Jaipur Regals are suffering in every aspect of the sport today. They've just not been able to get their act together. Round 4 has been absolutely unkind to them. But the Kochi Stars, despite the fact they're playing with 3 people, are just doing enough to make sure they still make it to the semi-final. Divyani unable to make it. Nishita has the rebound. Four minutes remain. A 6-point lead. And the Regals don't seem to be in any tearing hurry right now to make up for the deficit and put points on the board. Kanishka Dir adds one more, making it a 7-point deficit that the Regals are staring at. Ball intercepted by Kanishka Dir for the Kochi Stars. Steffi spotting up for a 2. Lekhana has the rebound. She takes it out, puts up a 2. Lekhana once again. Shaili kicks it out to Lekhana. Lekhana loses the ball. Lekhana also struggling with a knee injury and has just come out of rehab. She's not, although she is trying valiantly to do something about this, disappointed that nothing is going their way. They're absolutely disappointed with their performance. The Kochi Stars are clearly in control of this game and doing just about enough to make sure that they top this pool table and go into the second semi-final. They will meet the Ludhiana Queens there. And the way the game is progressing, the Jaipur Regals will be eliminated and the Coimbatore Spunkies are the team that looks like is going to meet Delhi Divas in the first semi-final. Kanishka Dir to Steffi. Steffi pump fakes off the glass, sinks it. That's 12 points for Kochi Stars. Anita sinks her first 2 today. Steffi with another turnaround jumper. She makes it and a foul was conceded by Lekhana for the Regals. So Steffi will go to the free throw line. An opportunity to make this a 2-point play. Steffi sinks one, taking the point up to 14 for her team. Shaili tries to chip away at the point difference, but she's not able to do it. The Regals are trailing by 9 points with 3 minutes and 3 seconds remaining on the clock. Long two by Divyani. She couldn't make it. Steffi has the rebound. Kanishka Dheer this time. She's unable to finish. Nishita with the rebound. Finds Shaili open. Setting up a screen for Shaili. Shaili kicks it out to Anita. Anita for a 2. Unable to make it. Ball rebounded by Kanishka. Kanishka will take it out and tries to bring it back inside. Shaili on her. Divyani has the ball now. She will try to penetrate the defense and take it to the hoop. And she finds a pot of gold at the end of that rainbow. That's the 16th point for the Stars. Missing it. My apologies, that would be the 15th point for the Stars. 2 minutes and 11 on the clock and Regals are trailing by 10. A timeout has been called. 2 minutes and 11 on the clock. And launching a long two, that was Kanishka for Kochi Stars, couldn't quite make it. Lekhna tries to go in, kicks it out to Nishita. Nishita out to Shaili. Shaili couldn't make it. Kanishka with the rebound for the Kochi Stars. Divyani has the ball back to Steffi. Divyani, minute and 40 on the clock. Just misses that one. Shaili with the rebound for the Regals. Launches a 2, couldn't make it. And Kanishka Dheer with the rebound out to Divyani. Divyani to Steffi. Steffi has Nishita on her. And she launches a 2 and she sinks, not a 2, it's a 1-point mid-range jumper. And in return, finally there are 2 more points going up on the Regals scoreboard. That was Shaili. And Kanishka doesn't like to stay too far behind. She adds 2 more of her own to the Kochi Stars total. Kochi have 18 and Regals have 7. Less than a minute to go. Kanishka with a single point again. Mid-range jumper for her. Shaili to Nishita. Nishita will attempt a 2 and she sinks it. That's a 2 for the Regals. The Regals have 9, but still a 10-point deficit. Barely any time remaining and Kochi Stars look poised to win. Spins. And as usual, Shaili has taken her spill of the day. Shaili drops it to Nishita, tad too deep. "25 seconds on the clock. Kanishka Dheer takes possession for Kochi Stars. She spots up for a 2. Misses it. Ball is out of bounds. Regals out to Shaili. Shaili for a 2. Nishita with the rebound, tries to put one off the glass, sinks it. That's a 10th point for the Regals, 9-point deficit. Steffi with the ball, all she needs to do is just hold on to it and the game is almost over, and that is the final buzzer. 19-10 is the scoreline and they have defeated Jaipur Regals and eliminated them from this round. So Delhi Divas will play Coimbatore Spunkies, while Kochi Stars will take on Ludhiana Queens in the second semi-final. And that is the final score of the last league game that was played today. Kochi Stars beat Jaipur Regals 19-10. You're watching round 4 of the 3x3BL's Women's League 2022. And we'll be back after a short break and we'll bring you the semi-finals when we come back.
It all started with a group of boys playing basketball. It all started with the passion they had for basketball. It all started with Mr. Rohit Bakshi wanted to do something for the country, wanted to do something for the kids who love sports but they don't have a platform to perform it for a longer run. So the vision started of making children play such a game which could make you a better human being, and it does physically and mentally. Seeing the talent in all parts of India, like be it south, be it north, when we saw that there is a talent but we are not aware of it, and there is much more than we think of, much more than we know of. I think bringing a sport like basketball is anyways a tough job, and bringing up a league and getting everybody together makes it much more difficult. Basketball is played more by boys, so it started with boys league. It didn't start with women's. Women's was introduced last season, and this is the second season for Women's League. Initially, we didn't have that much support we thought we would have, introducing something, telling what it is, and then convincing them to help our country, help our generation, help our kids. Joining hands with a private organization, doing anything like that, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of convincing. So that is a second milestone we achieved, getting that government bodies along with us. So first thing was that it was a new sport, nobody was aware of it. That was a big challenge, and today when we talk to people about game, they only know like 5-on-5. There are so many of them. We had to start with what is 3x3 and how it's played. So that's the first challenge we had to overcome, that create awareness about 3x3. 3 words that come to my mind it would be quick, entertaining, and fast.
It was really hard. 2 years of COVID really made a lot of things difficult. But at the same time, it gave us a lot of time to plan. So we found what we shouldn't do, and then all the mistakes that we have made. So we took our time, we planned it really well. And now we are here in Chandigarh with our perfect setup. We started Women's League in 2019, and the purpose of starting was again take India to Olympic. Men's have a different ranking system, women's have a different ranking system. And to take India on Olympic, women's, because there is no such a league in basketball, even the 3x3 for women, I realized back in 2018 that there is a lot of opportunity for women. So that's why we have a league and grow the number of teams. So in next season, we will have 12 women's team. The difference between 3x3 and 5-on-5 is there are a lot of differences, such as, let me start with the timing. So in 3x3, we only have 10 minutes. In 5-on-5 is a 40 minutes game. In 5-on-5, they use 7-size ball, whereas in 3x3, we use 6-size ball with a 7-size weight. This actually makes a player to dribble better because of the grip, shoot better, pass better. Because of that, game is more engaging, there's a more score happening, so it becomes more entertaining. And 3x3 has a knockout. So the rule is either 10 minutes or 21 points, whichever comes first. And by the end of 10 minutes, whoever has the highest score wins, or 21 points under 10 minutes. And 3x3 does not have a personal foul compared to 5-on-5, but it has a team fouls. So in reality, in 3x3, you could foul as much as you want, but obviously that becomes a team's problem, not an individual problem. So you won't get eliminated by fouling too much. And as a player who has played both formats, I realize everything that you do in 3x3 is a lot faster than 5-on-5. Starting with the playing, even with a refereeship, and also the camera work. So the structure is, in the men's team, we have 12 teams in men's. We have divided into two groups of Conference A and Conference B. Now, day 1 is a Conference A, day 2 is a Conference B. Each conference is divided in 6 teams, and the 6 teams is divided into 2 groups of 3. They have a league matches, they play within their group, and the top 2 teams goes to the semi-final and the final. Each round and each conference has a champion. Those are counted as a FIBA points, and as well as we give them a team 3BL points. At the end of round 5, whoever has the highest point and highest ranking will be allocated to round 6, which is our final. The final round is going to be combined of all 12 teams. This would be 3 teams divided into 4 groups, and they will play with each other. Top 2 teams will go to the day 2. Top 8 teams, starting from a quarterfinal, they will play as a knockout. So it will be a league round robin on the day 1 on the final, and the knockout on the day 2. And we'll decide a league champion and a league MVP.
The basketball rules very clearly state that if a player is having the ball in their hands, and if a defensive player strikes the hand of the player who is holding the ball, this is not a foul. So players in their anxiety try to claim for a foul so that they don't want to lose a very crucial possession. I'll repeat this once again. If a player is holding a ball and a defensive player strikes the hand of the player, the palm which is holding the ball, this is not a foul. But players tend to claim a foul because if they have lost position, they would like to get the ball in their for them, in their favor. The hand checking was definitely there, but then at that time the ball was not in the hands of the player. So this is what a player should be able to judge, at what time the contact occurred, and by that contact whether any advantage situation has been got by their opponents. Players have to play their game naturally. They should try to avoid trying to claim a foul, because like I said, that there are contacts, but every contact cannot be called a foul. So if a player is definitely moving towards the basket, the progression is towards the basket, and there is an obstruction, there is an advantage which is got by the player who is not permitting an opponent, an offensive player with the ball going towards the basket, this will definitely be called a foul. So this is where a player has to be able to identify whether they are right in claiming a foul. I do agree, because every player in their anxiety would like that the decision comes in their favor. But then we as referees, we play a neutral role. We identify those situations which need to be compulsory called as a foul, so that the flow of the game is not interrupted. No team gets an advantage. No player is at a disadvantage. So this is what is the focus on which we will be doing our officiating in the remaining part of the event also.
Welcome back, viewers. This is 3BL Season 3 and you are watching the Women's League and this is Round 4 and it is semi-finals time in the Round 4. Remember, we have 2 semi-finals and then there will be the epic final coming over. Let's see what happens because coming up in the semi-final number 1 is the defending champions of last round. Put your hands together and please welcome Team Delhi Divas. Delhi Divas not at all new in this situation. A lot of semi-finals and a lot of finals. Let's see what happens in this one. And playing against Delhi Divas in semi-final number 1 of round number 4 in Women's League. Please welcome Team Coimbatore Spunkies. It's going to be a good contest. It's going to be a good contest. Skill, talent, experience all on this court in both the teams. And it is time for toss number 1 for the semi-final between Delhi and Coimbatore. Let's have the captains. Massive amount of experience. If you just compare these two, standing right next to me on my left and my right. Who's calling? All right, Coimbatore has called for her heads. Tails it is. Delhi Divas finally win the toss today and will take the ball in the semi-final one.
Delhi Divas being represented by number 15 Khushi Alawat, number 10 Ishika Chowdhury, number 6 Raspreet the Fox Sidhu, number 3 Tavleen Kaur Bandal. Going up against them is Coimbatore Spunkies, number 9 Abalad, number 14 Geeto Anna Rahul, number 13 Hemangani Gamet, number 7 Srividya Surya Shekhar. Let's see if the Spunkies got enough spunk to take this away from the Delhi Divas. They've had a good run so far today. The Coimbatore Spunkies had a very good display of ball, having beaten the Jaipur Eagles. Of course, they did suffer one loss to the Kochi Stars, but it was by a margin of just 5 points. Anything can happen if they are able to regroup and make sure they get the job done right. Then the Delhi Divas can be given a run for their money. But the way the Delhi Divas are playing perfectly to the plan, that Spunkies are going to have more than their hands full. And Raspreet Sidhu has ensured that her squad follows the instructions and sticks to plan. Make sure they do what is necessary to pick away those victories. And she's quick to make sure that those mistakes are cut off and nipped in the bud rather than let it become a bad precedent for the rest of the game. Geetu with the rebound. Srividya to Abba. Abba spotting up for a 2. It's an air ball. Ball is out of bounds. Raspreet. Ishika kicks it out to Khushi. Abba pulls down the rebound. Srividya. A wayward pass, a turnover there straight into Khushi's hands. A little, could have exercised a little more restraint there. Ishika adding 1 to the scoreboard for Delhi. Abba. Spunkies are yet to score. Forcing an attempt there, Abba Lad, but Ishika was there to bring down the rebound and gives it to Raspreet. Raspreet finds the open man with a bounce pass to Khushi. Khushi draws a foul. Khushi sinks it, gets the second point for the Divas. Hemangani Gamet comes in, tries to go inside and she's thwarted by Tavleen. It's going to be Spunky's ball. Finds Geetu for it, but Geetu is fouled. Every time Geetu gets it, she's going to find herself being double teamed by couple of Delhi players, one being definitely Khushi and the other would be either Raspreet or Tavleen. Geetu for a free throw. Makes it. That's the first point on the board for the Spunkies. Raspreet spotting up But no, she's going to drop it inside for a pass. Hemangani is unable to hold it. Ishika for a jumper. Raspreet with the rebound, and she spots up for a jumper of her own. Couldn't make it. Ball is out of bounds. Hemangani finds Geetu inside. Geetu turns around and fouled in the process. That is Raspreet Siddur conceding a foul. So Geetu will go to the free throw line. Geetu sinks that one. The second point also coming off a free throw for the Spunkies, and both from Geetu. Ishika, hesitation moves, takes it to the hoop. Hemangani Kamat with the ball, gives it out to Abba. Abba finding Geetu, backing in, turns around, tries to put one off, but Tavleen is there to pull down the rebound, almost losing it. Back to Ishika. Ishika will spot up for a jumper. Tavleen and Abba go at each other. Tavleen loses it to Abba there. Back again to Abba. Abba drops it into Geetu. Geetu near the board. First attempt is not good. Hemangani. She was in the mix and lost the ball, so it is going to be Spunkies and Divas tied at 2 right now. 7 minutes 53 on the clock. It's going to be Spunkies' ball. Srividya spots up for a 2. A little flat. Didn't need the elevation that was required. Delhi ball. Raspreet will take the inbounds. Off a screen, Raspreet moves, kicks it back to Ishika. Ishika to Kushi. Kushi not able to make it. Geetu has the rebound, gets it out to Srividya. Srividya back into Geetu's hands. Geetu off the glass, unable to finish. Ishika with the ball, back to Kushi. Kushi will give it back to Raspreet. Raspreet tries to drive inside, finds a way all the way in, and off the glass, a layup for Raspreet. Srividya Suryashekhar for a 2. Missing it. Raspreet pulls down the rebound and she will reset. Spins. Takes it. Draws a foul in the process. Loses the ball, so it's going to be Spunky's ball. Dropping it to Geetu. Geetu unable to hold it, but Srividya is there to save it. Finds herself going to the hoop and she sinks it. A tough shot indeed, but Srividya Suryashekhar manages to sink that and gives her team 1 point to level the scores at 3 apiece. Raspreet with a very tough shot inside, going through the center and finding herself with the reverse layup with her right hand there. That's 1 point for Delhi Divas. 4-3 they lead. 6:38 on the clock. Now this time to Tavleen. Tavleen, a second opportunity here for her. Kicks it out to Kushi. Back to Raspreet. Abalad watching, waiting. Screen being set. Raspreet pulls back for a jumper, unable to make it. Geetu with the rebound and Srividya Suryashekhar with the ball. Asks for a screen, a weak screen, but Geetu is there to try and put it, but she's unable to make it. Couldn't draw a foul as well, although she would have preferred to have a foul over there. Raspreet for a 2 and she sinks it. That's 6 points to Delhi Divas versus Spunkies have 3. Abalad this time with the ball. A lot of open ground there, but Tavleen fouls her early on. And that's a timeout, and checking in for Geetu is Hemangani. all pumped up and charged. The Delhi come off a huddle, hoping to pack more energy and take this game away from the Spunkies. Abalad, a bit of one-on-one there, spots up for a jumper, and she sinks one. That's 4 points to the Spunkies. They trail by 2. Raspreet Sidhu finds the opening, takes it to the hoop, and sinks one off the glass. A layup for Raspreet there. That's the 7th point coming for the Divas. This time Hemangani Gamit, and she sinks one as well. Hemangani Gamit with that scoop shot there, a finger roll, turn round, a hustle there. Ishika almost losing it to Hemangani. Abalad, they switch defense. Raspreet Sidhu with the ball. Raspreet sinks one, and she will go to the free throw line. And 1 for the Fox. That's 9 points to the Divas. Geetu in the mix now, and this time Hemangani scoops it high. Geetu picks it up. One opportunity missed. Trailing by 4. Raspreet to Tavleen. Tavleen tries to close the distance and take a jumper. She couldn't make it. Geetu has the rebound, kicks it out to Hemangani. Hemangani back to Geetu. And Geetu gives it back to the cutting Hemangani, who kicks it out to Abba. Abba was way off target there. Raspreet unable to make it, and Geetu pulls down the rebound. Abba. My apologies, that is Hemangani with a 2 for Spunkies. Srividya has come in place of Abba. Trailing by just 2. 4 minutes 25 on the clock. What they need, the Spunkies, are a flurry of 2s to put them in comfortable stead. But it's not going to be easy against Divas, who play with a lot of heart and hustle. Raspreet spots up for a 2. Rebound pulled down by Kushi. Kushi from the other side sinks one off the glass. A nice light touch. 10th point. Hustling defense there by Delhi Divas. You can see the body language and the hustle that they bring onto the floor. Raspreet tries to split the defense there. Hemangani and Srividya stepped in to close the gap a tad too late. They should have gotten into place before conceding that foul, but Raspreet makes the best of it, and she will go to the free throw line. Sinks it. Abba. Abba finds a way to the hoop, unable to make it. Ball is out of bounds. Ishika to Raspreet. Raspreet back to Kushi. Kushi has another opportunity for a jumper. Ishika is there to pull down the rebound. This time Raspreet has the ball, and she will tries to penetrate, kicks it out to Ishika, who is waiting beyond the perimeter, and Ishika sinks it. That's a 13th point for the Divas. And Srividya Suryashekhar unable to make that 2. Once again, Ishika has the ball. They're trailing by 6 at this point in time. Ishika pulls back for a jumper. It's an air ball. Abalad with the ball. Rebound having been pulled down by Srividya into Geetu. Geetu back to Abba. Abba for a jumper. Sinks it. That's the 8th point for the Spunkies. 5-point deficit. 3 minutes 13 seconds remain on the clock. Tavleen checks in for Kushi. For Ishika instead. This is a timeout for Delhi. Hemangani tries to drop it to Geetu. Srividya takes it to the hoop, a little too short. Tavleen pulls down the rebound, gives it to Ishika. Ishika back to Kushi. Kushi spots up for a jumper, unable to make it there. Tavleen once again with the rebound and off the glass. Tavleen is definitely playing Rodman's role for her team, and her team have given her the nickname Rodman. Well deserved indeed, because she hustles for those rebounds and those extra points under the board, adding a few jumpers as well. And that's the jumper we were talking about. Tavleen Kaur Bundle adding one more to her team. They have 15 and the Spunkies trailing. They have just 8 points. A 7-point deficit. Ishika steals back to Tavleen. Tavleen off the glass, missing it, but this opportunity is out of bounds. So Srividya talking to the referees about the call, clarifying a couple of things. 2 minutes 20 on the clock, and the Spunkies have conceded 4 fouls versus the Divas having conceded 3 fouls this time. Kushi backs in to Abba and sinks one off the glass. That's the 16th point for the Divas. Hemangani Gamut for the Spunkies with the ball, tries to split the defense, takes it all the way off, high off the glass, and Hemangani sinks one. That's a shot she seems to like to make, and she's fairly comfortable sinking those single points the very same fashion. Ball rebounded but out of bounds. A minute and 55. Spunkies trail by 7. Raspreet splits the defense, draws the foul. So it's going to be one free throw to Raspreet. Raspreet sinks it, giving their team the 17th point and looking well poised to take this away from the Spunkies. Although the Spunkies are trying to fight valiantly to stay in it. But there's too little time on the clock. Ishika with the jumper. Tavleen pulls down the rebound off the glass. Not able to make it. But once more Raspreet is there to make sure that she has a piece of that. Always in the thick of action. That's Raspreet the Fox Sidhu. Raspreet finds herself on the free throw line, where she has been putting up those points very comfortably and adding another one. That's the 18th point for the Divas. Abba Lad, but Tavleen had a piece of that. Srividya tried to save the ball. Raspreet hustles and makes sure it's Diva's ball. Finding the open man in Ishika. Ishika asks for a screen and she will attempt, but Hemangani had a piece of that. Hemangani pulls back, attempts a 2. Too much juice on it. Delhi Divas by far has been the most consistent team along with the Kochi Stars, and they have played some good basketball, made very few mistakes and performed, doing whatever it takes to rise to the occasion and make sure that they find themselves in the semi-finals and the finals. 2 titles in 3 rounds. Will today fetch them the 3rd title? Remains to be seen. They are going to be walking into the final now, having and look poised to eliminate the Coimbatore Spunkies from the race. And today by far has been the best performance by the Coimbatore Spunkies. Of course, this is their 2nd time around in the semi-final, but overall performance has been much better by the Spunkies. They are struggling now though in this game. the points not coming as often as it should have. Raspreet, the Fox Sidhu, Hemangani Gamut has a piece of that one. Tried a steal, but the ball was out of bounds. .40 on the clock. Raspreet launches a 2, and that is a final score, 21-9. Very well done by the Delhi Divas. Great effort by Delhi, consistently performing. And that huddle shows you the team that they are. Here are the highlights of this game. And the final scores, Delhi Divas have eliminated the Coimbatore Spunkies with a scoreline that reached 21-9. And the Delhi Divas march into their second successful final. Kochi Stars will face Ludhiana Queens in the second semi-final. Let's wait and watch. Let's go over to Rishi. He's ready to welcome the teams.
It is now time, ladies and gentlemen, for semi-final number 2 of Women's League in round number 4. Let me tell you that the defending champions for the round have already made it to the final, so they have a fixed spot, which is Team Delhi Divas. And to face Delhi Divas in the finals, the semi-final number 2 will tell us which team makes it. But before I bring out the teams for the semi-final number 2, I want to share a good news with all of you and all the viewers and all the Spanish fans that one of our players, her name is Ari Jali, her surgery was successful this morning and she's right now out of the operation theatre. So thank you to our medical partners for taking full care and support. Fortis Hospitals Mohali, thank you. I think we all deserve a round of applause for that, as one of our international players has successfully been treated. So all the fans of Ari Jali, congratulations. It is time for you to smile. With that, bringing out semi-final number 2 is between the two teams, which will be a tough competition, and let's see who makes it to the finals of Women's League round number 4. Bringing out Team Kochi Stars. Team Kochi Stars, runners-up from the last round, playing throughout this round with 3 players. Let's see what happens in the semi-final number 2, playing against Kochi Stars. Please put your hands together and welcome the very, very strong Team Ludhiana Queens. If Team Ludhiana Queens makes it to the finals, it's going to be a battle. But for that, they would have to beat Kochi Stars in semi-final number 2. Let's see what happens. It's toss time. Can I request the captains to please join me for the toss? You know the drill. Who's calling? Kochi Stars is called for heads in semi-final number 2. Tails it is. Ludhiana Queens win the toss. We'll take the ball. Aparna, take this semi-final 2 further.
Thank you very much, Rishi. And the second semi-final to be played between Kochi Stars. Kochi will be represented by number 6, Steffi the Albatross Nixon, number 5, Kanishka Der, number 77, Divyani Gangwal, although Vandana Arya wearing jersey number 10 is not going to be available. They will be facing Ludhiana Queens being represented by number 9, Kritika Dingra, number 94, Kanika Singh Rajawat, number 4, Priya Goswami, and number 7, Kavya Singla comes in place of Anmol Preet, the Wall Pannu. So this is going to be quite interesting to see. And the best news so far for the day is that our international star from Spain, Ari Gelly, who injured herself in round 1, is now successfully has undergone her ligament surgery and she is doing fine. That's great news for all of us. And prayers up for her quick return. Tough times these when a compatriot has to go through an injury of this magnitude and miss out on something that she loves doing so much. But there's been an outpouring of love and support from all the players, the fans, and the league itself. So Ari is right now in good hands and being well cared for. And thank you very much to Fortis Mohali, our medical partner, for that. We'd like to take a moment to appreciate and thank our sponsors without whom this league wouldn't have happened, and Nivea is our apparel partner. Thank you. A huge shout out for all these partners. Fortis Mohali, our medical partner. Red Bull is our energy drink partner. Wyndham Chandigarh Mohali is a hospitality and venue partner. Boxo Singh Sports Worldwide Private Limited is our name partner. My FM 94.3 is a radio partner, and Sony Live is a broadcast partner. And you're watching us live on 3x3BL's YouTube channel, and you can also watch us live on FIBA 3x3's YouTube channel. This afternoon, we will be bringing you round number 4 for Conference B for men. And please come back, join us, and let's see if the Ahmedabad Wingers can be dethroned, as there are many people gunning for their necks. And would this be the day that they will get dethroned as champions? They are 3-time champions. Round 1, 2, and 3 has gone their way. And they have faced the very same opponent in all 3 rounds, that is Lucknow Ligers. Can Lucknow Ligers overcome this? Will they get 4th time lucky, or will they be a brand new winner? Please come back at 4 o'clock sharp and witness the Conference B for men. Right now, coming back to this game, Kochi Stars have found themselves in every single final from round 1 all the way until round 3. Can this be a repeat? And will they find themselves in the final round for today? Let's wait and watch. Of course, Ludhiana Queens have had a switch. Anmol Preet Pannu is not available, so Kavya Singla has come in place. Kanika Rajawat to Priya Goswami. Priya spots up for a 2 off target. Kanika tries to save the ball, and she does. Priya Goswami She's been challenged and matched by Kavya, but that's a great start for Kochi Stars. 2 points to them off a shot by Divyani Gangwal. Turns around, Kavya sinks one. Opening scores for the Ludhiana Queens. Steffi muscles away and she's double teamed there by not just Kavya but also Kanika Rajawat. She draws a foul. Steffi has a great touch on the free throw line and hopefully she will be able to continue to work that magic. Sinks that one. Gives them the 3rd point. Dropping it in traffic, threading the eye of the needle brilliantly. That was Priya Goswami to Kritika Dhingra, but she couldn't make it. No look pass behind the back to Kritika. Kritika this time for a 2, hits the front of the ring and bounces back to her. She still holds possession, drops it to Kavya. Kavya spotting up for a jumper. In and out. Kritika once more for the Queens. She will attempt it this time. Once again, in and out. Kavya pulls down the rebound, but the ball is out of bounds, man out of bounds. So it is going to be Kochi ball. Kanishka there. First opportunity, not good. Makes sure that she sinks the second chance that she got, adding a point to them. 4-1 is their lead over the Queens. Kritika all the way around. A hook high off the glass. Nowhere close. Steffi will spot up, turn inside, and a nice attempt there, but not a friendly ring. Bounces out. Priya Goswami drops it to Kavya. Nice assist there, and Kavya sinks that one. 2 points to the Queens. Steffi works her way in. Second opportunity. A little higher this time. It's good. That's 5 points to the Stars. Priya dishes it out to Kavya. Kavya turns around, tad too short there, off target as well. It's a neat assist by Priya though, unfortunately wouldn't go in. Kritika tries to find the open man in Kavya, making her go after the ball there. And that is a shot clock violation. 7 minutes and 4 on the clock. Kochi Stars are up by 5 and Ludhiana Queens have 2. This time it's Kochi ball. Divyani unable to finish. This time Kanishka is there to pick it up and drop one off the glass. Kanika, nifty dribble there, but Steffi was right there. Swatted it off like a fly. Kanishka off the glass. Kanishka has been very, very crucial to her team today, putting up those points at regular intervals. Kavya finds herself free and gets an assist from Kritika. Kavya makes that one. Kanishka with the ball this time for the Kochi Stars, drops it to Steffi. Steffi matched pound for pound by Kavya. Shot will not count. 6 minutes 15 on the clock. Kochi Stars are leading the Ludhiana Queens. The Queens have conceded 1 foul and Kochi are yet to concede any. Kritika takes it to the hoop. Steffi is there to pull down the rebound, gives it out to Divyani Gangwal. Kavya strips her off, drops it out to Kanika. Kanika to Kritika again. Kavya, a product of the NBA Academy. Kritika, unable to make it. Kanishka Dheer has the rebound. And Kritika had a piece of that ball. And forcing a shot there. But Kanishka was there to pick it up and put it inside. One more point to the Kochi Stars. Kanishka drops it to Steffi. Divyani with a hook shot there makes it the 9th point for Kochi Stars. 6-point deficit is what the Queens are staring at. 5 minutes 26 on the clock. Kanika struggling with Steffi all over her, and Kritika tries to launch one, forces one off. But she's been fouled in the process, so Kritika, with that attempt, well, a side throw has been given, a little confusing right now. Kanishka. Steffi with the rebound. Missing that. Steffi once more with the ball, hustling with Kavya to pick that. But she draws a foul in the process. Steffi misses that one. Divyani, Steffi, Kanishka. Back to Steffi. Turns around, takes it to the hoop. Pump fakes off the glass. Sinks it. 10 points for Kochi, trailing by 7. Ludhiana Queens are struggling to put up points on the board. And Kavya has added 1. 6-point deficit. Steffi to Divyani. Divyani with a hook shot from the right side. Reverse layup for Kritika. The Queens adding their 5th point. Spotting up for a jumper is Divyani Gangwal. A hustle under the board for the rebound. Kanishka Dheer has a best of it. In fact, Steffi missed that opportunity. This time she makes it. The second opportunity is not good as well. So ball is rebounded by Kavya. Kavya out to Kritika. Kavya with the ball once again. Kanishka pulls down the rebound for the Kochi Stars. Out to Divyani. Divyani will take it inside, beats her man, but she is unable to go after the ball. The ball slipped out of her hands. The ball is out of bounds. 3 minutes 47 on the clock. Kochi Stars have 11 and the Queens have 5. And that's a timeout. Finding Steffi inside, but Kavya got a piece of that one. Ball is out of bounds. 3:41 on the clock. Divyani, a random attempt there, completely off target. Priya Goswami has a good look at the basket, but unfortunately she's not able to make it. She's there chasing down her rebound and controlling the ball possession. This time, great ball movement by Ludhiana Queens, and that was a beautiful finish for such fine ball movement. made sure the defense never got comfortable there. But this time, Divyani is there to make sure she taps it to Steffi, and Steffi took advantage of that and converted that one. Kritika with a sweet assist there, but Kavya got fouled in the process. Now Kavya is going to go to the free throw line. Kavya Singla. Quick pass to find the open man, and Kavya through the traffic. Kavya sinks it, giving their team the 7th point. And she hustles back to make Steffi's life a little miserable there and tries to outmuscle her for the ball. Ball is out of bounds, but it's going to be Kochi ball. Divyani takes it all the way to the hoop, and with a light touch, she sinks it. So Kochi Stars are leading by 6. Priya Goswami, one off the glass. It's 8 points to the Queens. All of a sudden, you can sense a certain emergency in the Queens' movement on the court, better ball movement and a quicker flurry of points. Not able to make it, but the Kochi Stars are holding their own, making sure that they keep putting points regularly so that the Queens are not finding themselves within reach. With 2 minutes 34 remaining, they are still trailing. One more point to the Queens now. They trail by 4. Dropping it to Steffi inside. Steffi going up against Kavya and draws a foul. So Steffi will go to the free throw line. She missed one free throw, but this time will Steffi be able to convert and make sure that she keeps the points ticking on the scoreboard for the Kochi Stars. Misses that. So she is going to get lucky with another free throw. Sinks this, that's 14 points to the Kochi Stars. A 5-point deficit is what the Ludhiana Queens are staring at. Kanika Rajawat tries to scoop one in off the glass, but Steffi this time for her team, unable to make it. A second opportunity. Kicks it out to Kanishka. Priya Goswami tries to drop it, but Steffi had a piece of that one and took the ball away from the Queens. Steffi spotting up for a 2. Kanishka is there to pull down the rebound and launch one off the glass. She's there to hustle for the rebound as well. The Kochi Stars are doing whatever it is required of them. And despite the fact they have no rotation, commendable job by these stars. They're playing like true stars. They lead 14 to Ludhiana Queens 9. 1 minute and 37 remain. They look poised at this point in time to take it away from the Stars, from the Queens. Five-point deficit is what the Queens are staring at. Could be a 3-possession game if the Queens can work some magic right now. They'll need a flurry of threes to ease into this game and see if they can take it away from the Stars, but they are going to take it inside and pick up those ones. That's the plan right now. And Kochi have been playing good defense. Priya Goswami had the ball rejected by Kanishka there. Steffi in paint. Divyani Kangwal off the glass, launches one, sinks it. And a 2 attempt, and she makes it. That is Kritika Dhingra. A 4-point deficit is what they are looking at right now. Can they work their magic? Kritika has. And she sinks another one, a consecutive 2. Well within reach. Just a 2-point deficit. Kochi are looking to take it up 1 point at a time, while Kritika has made sure with 2 attempts, she has cut down the lead to just 2. Hustle there. Hope she's all right. Priya Goswami, tough kid there. She's going to sit out for a bit while Kavya comes in. .44.2 on the clock. Could swing any which way. And Kritika seems to have a momentum right now. Launched 2. Kritika spots up for a jumper, unable to make it. Kanishka has the ball. They will try to use the clock to their advantage. Drops it to Steffi. If Steffi can add one this time, it'll ease the pressure on the Stars for the moment. Otherwise, the Ludhiana Queens will look at a one-possession game to take this game into overtime or try to pull a victory from them. Steffi being double-teamed over there. Kavya and Kritika on her. Divyani tries to split the defense, kicks it out to Kanishka. Kanishka in traffic. Off the glass, she sinks one. This is a kind of hustle that Kanishka has been giving to her team and making sure she puts up those ones regularly, even in traffic. And in times of struggle, Kanishka is there to bail the Stars out. Kritika wanting to pass but not finding anyone. Lays one off the glass and sinks one herself. And that is a final buzzer. Kochi Stars are beaten Ludhiana Queens 16-14. This has been quite the game, especially in the last couple of minutes with Kritika's 2 back-to-back 2s that came. That made sure that the Queens really made a game out of this. But the Kochi Stars have shown class and consistency, and they are making their way back into the final, where they will meet an opponent that they already share a history with, someone who they're so familiar meeting in the final. This will be the 3rd outing for Kochi Stars when they will be meeting the same opponent, Delhi Divas, and the 4th outing for them in the final. Very, very consistent. But will the Kochi Stars be able to bring some fresh energy into the game, considering they're short-handed? We must wait and watch whether they can bring some energy into the game, because they are going against a full man, well-rested Delhi Divas. And the final score, Kochi Stars have beaten Ludhiana Queens 16-14 and will make their way into the 4th successive final. And we'll be back after a short break to bring you the final.
It was really hard. 2 years of COVID really made a lot of things difficult. But at the same time, it gave us a lot of time to plan. So we planned, we found what we shouldn't do, and then all the mistakes that we have made. So we took our time, we planned it really well, and now we are here in Chandigarh with our perfect setup. We started Women's League in 2019, and the purpose of starting was again take India to Olympic. Men's have a different ranking system, women's have a different ranking system, and to take India on Olympic, women's, because there is no such a league in basketball, even the 3x3 for women, I realized back in 2018 that there is a lot of opportunity for women. So that's why we have a league and grow the number of teams. So in next season, we will have 12 women's teams. The difference between 3x3 and 5-on-5 is there are a lot of differences, such as, let me start with the timing. So in 3x3, we only have 10 minutes. In 5-on-5 is a 40 minutes game. In 5-on-5, they use 7-size ball, whereas in 3x3, we use 6-size ball with a 7-size weight. This actually makes a player to dribble better because of the grip, shoot better, pass better. Because of that, game is more engaging, there's a more score happening, so it becomes more entertaining. And 3x3 has a knockout. So the rule is either 10 minutes or 21 points, whichever comes first. And by the end of 10 minutes, whoever has the highest score wins, or 21 points under 10 minutes. And 3x3 does not have a personal foul compared to 5-on-5, but it has a team fouls. So in reality, in 3x3, you could foul as much as you want, but obviously that becomes a team's problem, not an individual problem. So you won't get eliminated by fouling too much. And as a player who has played both formats, I realize everything that you do in 3x3 is a lot faster than 5-on-5. Starting with the playing, even with a refereeship, and also the camera work. So the structure is, in the men's team, we have 12 teams in men's. We have divided into two groups of Conference A and Conference B. Now, day 1 is a Conference A, day 2 is a Conference B. Each conference is divided in 6 teams, and the 6 teams is divided into 2 groups of 3. They have a league matches, they play within their group, and the top 2 teams go to semi-final and the final. Each round and each conference has a champion. Those are counted as a FIBA points, and as well as we give them a team 3BL points. At the end of round 5, whoever has the highest point and highest ranking will be allocated to round 6, which is our final. The final round is going to be combined of all 12 teams. This would be 3 teams divided into 4 groups, and they will play with each other. Top 2 teams will go to the day 2. Top 8 teams, starting from a quarterfinal, they will play as a knockout. So it will be a league round robin on the day 1 on the final, and the knockout on the day 2. And we'll decide a league champion and the league MVP.
It all started with a group of boys playing basketball. It all started with the passion they had for basketball. It all started with Mr. Rohit Bakshi wanted to do something for the country, wanted to do something for the kids who love sports, but they don't have a platform to perform it for a longer run. So the vision started of making children play such a game which could make you a better human being, and it does, physically and mentally. Seeing the talent in all parts of India, like be it South, be it North, when we saw that there is a talent, but we are not aware of it, and there is much more than we think of, much more than we know of. I think bringing a sport like basketball is anyways a tough job, and bringing up a league and getting everybody together makes it much more difficult. Basketball is played more by boys, so it started with boys league. It didn't start with women's. Women's was introduced last season, and this is the second season for women's league. Initially, we didn't have that much support we thought we would have, introducing something, telling what it is, and then convincing them to help our country, help our generation, help our kids. Joining hands with a private organization, doing anything like that, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of convincing. So that is a second milestone we achieved, getting that government bodies along with us. So first thing was that it was a new sport. Nobody was aware of it. That was a big challenge. And today, when we talk to people about game, they only know like 5-on-5. There are so many of them. We had to start with what is 3x3 and how it's played. So that's the first challenge we had to overcome, that create awareness about 3x3. Three words that come to my mind would be quick, entertaining, and fast.
The basketball rules very clearly state that if a player is having the ball in their hands and if a defensive player strikes the hand of the player who is holding the ball, this is not a foul. So players in their anxiety try to claim for a foul so that they don't want to lose a very crucial possession. I'll repeat this once again. If a player is holding a ball and a defensive player strikes the hand of the player, the palm which is holding the ball, this is not a foul. But players tend to claim a foul because if they have lost position, they would like to get the ball in their for them in their favor. The hand checking was definitely there, but then at that time the ball was not in the hands of the player. So this is what a player should be able to judge at what time the contact occurred, and by that contact whether any advantage situation has been got by their opponents. Players have to play their game naturally. They should try to avoid trying to claim a foul, because like I said that there are contacts, but every contact cannot be called a foul. So if a player is definitely moving towards the basket, the progression is towards the basket, and there is an obstruction, there is an advantage which is got by the player who is not permitting an opponent, an offensive player with the ball going towards the basket, this will definitely be called a foul. So this is where a player has to be able to identify whether they are right in claiming a foul. I do agree, because every player in their anxiety would like that the decision comes in their favor. But then we as referees, we play a neutral role. We identify those situations which need to be compulsory called as a foul, so that the flow of the game is not interrupted. No team gets an advantage. No player is at a disadvantage. So this is what is the focus on which we will be doing our officiating in the remaining part of the event also.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Whoever is watching us live on FIBA and 3x3BL YouTube channel. My name is Rishiraj and you're watching 3BL Season 3. And this is the Women's League Round 4 Finals. As always, in the previous times I've been telling, thank you everybody for watching us. And as we reach the final stage of Round 4 for Women's League, I have a good news to share with all of you that one of our international players from Team Pune Panthers, who has a great following, and she's from Spain, Team Ari Jelly, I've got a great news for you that this morning, Ari Jelly was successfully operated and a surgery has been completed. So thank you to all the medical staff from Fortis Hospitals Mohali for taking care. And this is a great news. She should be recovering very, very soon. With that, it is, ladies and gentlemen, now time for the finals of Women's League in round number 4 at 3BL Season 3. And we have two teams that have made it and clashed earlier together. It's not any different from the previous round. Bringing out the defending champions for the finals of round 4. Put your hands together and please welcome Team Delhi Divas. Team Delhi Divas making it to finals one more time. It is a habit now and it doesn't seem to change. And as they say, habits die hard. Let's see what happens in this finals for round number 4. Playing against the defending champs to scrinch the title away from them. There's only one team that can do that. Put your hands together and please welcome Team Kochi Stars. Kochi Stars having a very, very tough day because it's just 3 players playing, so no change with them. But they've made it to the finals of round 4. Let's see what happens at the toss at the finals. Both the captains with me. Good luck, ladies. This is the finals. Play fair. May the best team win. Kochi Stars calls for heads. And heads it is. Kochi Stars win the toss. Will take the ball in the finals. Aparna, take it further.
Thank you very much, Rishi. And Delhi Divas have ensured that they will try to defend their title this time. And Delhi Divas are being represented by number 15, Kushi Alawat, number 10, Ishika Chowdhury, number 6, Raspreet the Fox Sidhu, number 3, Tavleen Kaur Bandal. Going up against them is probably one of the most consistent teams. The 4th final for them, number 6, Steffi the Albatross Nixon, number 5, Kanishka Dev, number 77, Divyani Gangwal, and Vandana Arya is not here to join her team. So Kochi are short-staffed, and I'm sure those of you that have been watching the games today realize that. And despite that, the Kochi Stars have been such troopers on the floor, trying to do their level best and make sure that they came through undefeated, as have the Delhi Divas in this round. So both of these two teams have met thrice so far, and Delhi Divas won the first title. The second round, Kochi Stars beat Pune Panthers to pick it up, and Delhi Divas once again got the better of Kochi Stars in round 3. This is a repeat final. Let's see what happens. Can Kochi Stars pull off a victory? The going is going to be very, very hard for them, especially in the sweltering heat, and the fact that they're completely exhausted. They are going on pure adrenaline and feeding off each other's energies. More power to them. But the Delhi Divas are absolutely pumped and looking to see if they can maintain the momentum and continue their winning streak. They're looking good so far. Far more energy for them than Kochi Stars. But then again, anything can happen when the heart is involved. Divyani opens the scores with 1 for Kochi Stars. Drives in beautifully. Raspreet tries to drop it in to Kushi. Kushi off the glass, and she fetches 1 for the Divas. Ball is out of bounds. And drops it inside to Steffi. Steffi with a deft and sweet finish off a feed from Divyani Gangwal fetches the Kochi Stars a second point. Raspreet Sidhu spots up for a jumper. She makes it nothing but net for her. It's 2 and 2. Steffi this time tries to go up against Kushi Alawat. Kicks it out to Kanishka. Kanishka to Divyani. Divyani for an attempt there. Couldn't make it. Steffi pulls down the rebound. Hustle, double teamed. And she finds the open man in Divyani. Unfortunately, Divyani is not able to make it. Another attempt for her. This time, Steffi has the rebound, says, let me do the job. And she does it. It's a third point for Kochi Stars. Raspreet Sidhu tries to reply with a 2. This time, Divyani Gangwal pulls down the rebound of Ishika. Steffi once more. Kanishka Dir spots up for a jumper, hits the front of the ring, bounces back into Raspreet Sidhu's hands. Raspreet will try to go inside. Kanishka Dir is there, trying to block that one. This time Kanishka pulls down the rebound for Kochi Stars and brings it out. Divyani Gangwal spots up for a jumper within the arc, and she makes it. That's a 4th point for Kochi Stars. A good start for them. Difference is not much, but the fact is they're able to pull those off, and Ishika has won with a reverse layup of the glass for Delhi Divas. That's a 3rd point for them. And being hustled on the sidelines, Steffi's been stripped off the ball by Raspreet. 8 minutes 14 on the clock. Kochi Stars have a 1-point lead. Delhi Divas have 3. Raspreet sinks one off the glass. Scores are level. Kanishka Dir spotting up for a jumper. Couldn't make it. Tavleen pulls down the rebound and gets it out to Raspreet. And the ball is almost lost but saved again. Raspreet for a 2. Unable to make it. Steffi pulls down the rebound and out to Kanishka. She asks for the ball. Tavleen is on her. Finds the open man in Divyani Gangwal, who's cutting in. Sweet dish by Steffi and a better finish by Divyani. 1 more point to the Stars. And this time returning the favour is Kushi, finding Raspreet, who was cutting in with the dime of her own. Steffi unable to finish. Hustle there. It's Kushi Alawat in the mix. But man out of bounds, so Kochi is going to have the benefit of that. The teams are level with 5 apiece, 7:26 on the clock. That's a timeout. We have 2 TV timeouts and each team can call 1 timeout each. A 12-second clock, which is a short clock. Each team is allowed 6 team fouls before they start paying the price for additional fouls. 7, 8 and 9 will get the opponent 2 free throws. The 10th and more fouls onwards will fetch them 2 free throws and a ball possession. A technical foul will fetch the opponent 1 free throw and no change of possession. Spotting up for a jumper is Divyani Gangwal. Steffi is there to pick it up and put it back inside. 6th point for the Stars. Raspreet. Steffi is trying to match up with Raspreet. Raspreet, nifty handle. Steffi had a piece of that. Rejected there. Divyani Gangwal with the ball. She spots up. Unable to finish. Ball is out of bounds. And that is a TV timeout now. 6:58 on the clock. Kochi Stars lead by a slender margin. Just 1 point. 6 and 5. You are watching the women's final of round 4 for the Women's League 2022 by 3x3BL. You're watching it live on 3x3BL YouTube channel as well as FIBA 3x3 YouTube channel. 3BL is India's first and only 3x3 pro basketball league. And having featured in Tokyo Olympics 2020, 3x3 basketball will become a regular feature and will now also feature in the Commonwealth Games, going to be held later on this year, and the Paris Olympics in 2024. Divyani Gangwal takes it to the hoop, lays it off the glass, adding another point for the Stars. Raspreet attempting a 2. Unable to make it. And that is Kanishka there with the rebound. Divyani tries to split the defense, but no, she'll pull short and give it out to Kanishka. Kanishka with an attempt. And Khushi Alawat pulls down the rebound for the Delhi Divas. Ishika is there. Drops it inside to Khushi. But Kanishka is there to challenge it. Ball is out of bounds. From the street to the Olympics, 3BL gives India a shot at not just fielding a team but also a chance to win gold at the Olympics. And 3BL will act as a feeder system to the Indian 3x3 teams. Driving all the way inside, that is Raspreet Sidhu, adding a point to the Delhi Divas, the Fox. And this time Kanishka there with a tough move inside, splitting the defense, turns around and off the glass. Adds a point. Raspreet with the ball now. And it seems like Tavleen is limping. She did have a fall already, an injured ankle. It seems like she has incurred another injury. She's hobbling. Hopefully it's not too bad and she can recover fast enough. Stepping in her place is Ishika. Kochi Stars have 8. Delhi Divas trail by just 2 points. Both teams are yet to concede fouls. Kanishka back to Steffi. Steffi tries to play one-on-one and take it inside, but the foul has been called on Khushi. Spoke too soon. That's the first foul that Delhi Divas picks up. Sometimes it's a commentator's curse. My apologies, Delhi Divas. I shouldn't have said anything, I guess. Khushi Alawat pulls down the rebound out to Raspreet Sidhu, who sinks a 2. The scores are level again. Ball is out of bounds. 5:41 on the clock. Divyani Gangwal drops it to Steffi. Steffi, the shot will not count. Delhi Divas concede their second foul. Divyani spots up for a jumper, a little too short. She chases after the ball, goes after a rebound. Tavleen is there. Even though she's hobbling, she does pick up a rebound. Raspreet all the way in and out to Ishika. Ishika for a jumper. Steffi tries to pull down the rebound, but it's Raspreet who has the ball for the Divas. She will take it to the top and reset, and she tries to penetrate inside, unchallenged. She misses, an uncharacteristic miss there for layup by Raspreet. Steffi, she misses a close range jumper as well. Ishika with the rebound for the Divas, out to Raspreet. Raspreet for a 2. Unable to make it, pulled down by Divyani Gangwal for Kochi Stars, on to the top to Kanishka there. Kanishka misses that one. Once again, it is Stars ball. Kanishka will drive in, take it to the hoop, unable to make it. And that's Divyani. Another opportunity for them, missing it, but Tavleen is there. A little bit of a sloppy play there by both teams, but this time, let's see if they can put some points up on the scoreboard. There's been a drought for a while now. Tavleen. Both teams showing so much of hustle and heart, not allowing each other to score. Scores are level at 8 apiece. 4 minutes 17 on the clock. Divas have 2 fouls. Divyani, a quick jab step and she goes in. Converts that 1 point after a while for the Kochi Stars. Dropping it inside to Khushi. Despite the fact that she was in traffic, she did manage to convert. The scores are level again. Even though it's low scoring, both teams are not willing to relinquish any opportunity given to them. There's a lot at stake. And our league commissioner, Mr. Rohit Bakshi, the man behind 3x3BL, who's providing all the players a platform to showcase their talents and paving way for them to represent India globally. 3x3 BL is an exciting league. And at the end of round 6, the women's team with the maximum points will participate in an Asian tour of 3x3 basketball. The men will go on to participate in 2 world tours. Divyani Gangwal with a jumper, nothing but net. 10th point for the Kochi Stars. Tavleen spots up, drops it inside for Kushi. Kushi off the glass, unable to make it, but Kanishka Dheer is there to pull down that rebound. Drives all the way to the hoop, forces a shot off. This time the ball is in Ishika's hands. Ishika asks for a screen, but ball is out of bounds. 3 minutes 30 on the clock. Kochi Stars have picked up their first foul. And checking in for Ishika is Raspreet. Dropping it inside to Kushi, but good defensive efforts there by Kochi. Divyani. Hustling defense by Delhi. The ball is out of bounds. You can see the exhaustion on the Kochi Stars' faces. Playing with 3 players and no respite. They have done so well for themselves to find themselves in the final and be playing the way they are. They just need a little more juice right now to hang in there. And that juice comes by way of 2. This should be a shot in their arms. Great efforts. Divyani Gangwal with the 2. Once more Divyani to Steffi. Steffi turns around and sinks that one. That's a 13th point for Kochi Stars. They're leading by 4 and this time Delhi Divas are not able to hold that ball. Kochi Stars really shining bright. And that's a timeout with 3 minutes on the clock. Divas trail by 4 points right now. And off the glass, unable to make it. Kushi pulls down the rebound, back to Ishika. 2:57 on the clock. Ishika drops it to Kushi. Kushi finds herself unchallenged and she lays one in to pick up an easy point. They're still trailing by 3, 2 minutes 50 on the clock. Kochi Stars have a 3-point lead. Spinning inside, that's Steffi. Hustling defensive plays there. Struggling and trying to make sure that the Delhi Divas don't have open looks and not easily helping make sure that the team avoids ball possession. That was Divyani Gangwal for the Stars. Raspreet spins, splits the defense, goes all the way to the hoop, unable to finish. Divyani Gangwal with the rebound. And Kanishka Dheer drops it to Steffi. Steffi being challenged by Kushi. Steffi is out of bounds, so it's going to be Divas ball once more. 2 minutes 28 on the clock. Divas have picked up 2 fouls. That's Ishika out to Kushi. Kushi dishes it out to Raspreet. Raspreet will try to take it all the way to the hoop and she draws a foul. That foul has been conceded by Kanishka Dheer and Steffi is not happy about allowing them to make those fouls and getting those free throws, but it is what it is. They are all exhausted and they must try to get better position on the floor before they attempt to stop them. And making good use of that is Raspreet the Fox Sidhu, converting one for the Divas and bringing them within striking distance. This time it's Divyani Gangwal with a beautiful finish. The shot will count and she will go to the free throw line to make it a 2-point play. Divyani Gangwal does make it a 2-point play. She adds another point to the Stars. Once again, it's a 2-possession game. And Raspreet answers with a 2 of her own, bringing it within reach once more. Steffi inside, off the glass. She sinks it. 3-point deficit for the Divas right now, but Raspreet will be trying to make inroads. Misses it, picks up her own rebound, hustles inside, dishes it out to Ishika. Hesitation moves by Ishika to find the opening to take it inside. Raspreet from outside and she sinks too. Raspreet the Fox Sidhu. 2 back-to-back twos for her. 1-point deficit, but that is once again made into 2. Kochi Stars have added 1 thanks to Kanishka Der's layup inside. Tavleen Bandal for a jumper, not able to make it. Kanishka pulls down the rebound. And Divyani will take it to the hoop. And she's fouled on her way. And that foul has been conceded by Tavleen Kaur Bandal. So Divyani will go to the free throw line. An opportunity to add another point to the Kochi Stars total. They already have 17. Minute and 8 remains. Delhi Divas have conceded 4 fouls. Kochi Stars have only conceded 2. Missing that, Steffi is there quick to tap it back to a teammate, but that was a little too, had too much juice on it. Ball goes out of bounds. It's going to be Delhi Divas ball. Raspreet splitting the defense, but Divyani is there to try and hustle. Turns around for a jumper, unable to make it. Tavleen Kaur had a piece of that ball. Ball goes out of bounds. 58 seconds on the clock and trailing by 2. Still anyone's ball game. Kochi Stars have the ball possession. Divyani Gangwal finds Steffi, gets it back. Divyani goes up and she sinks it. That's the 18th point for Kochi Stars. A 3-point deficit for the Divas. Can Raspreet work her magic now? That's an air ball. Tavleen tries to save it. The ball is out of bounds. It's going to be Kochi Stars ball, and if they can hold on to it for 40 seconds longer, Kochi Stars will look at picking up their 2nd championship. Round 2 for them. And will round 4 go in favour of them is what we have to see. Defending champions Delhi are in a bit of a pickle right now. Turning around, spinning, moving. And that is Kanishka Der who sinks one. What a beautiful finish for them. Kochi Stars have their 19th point. Raspreet will look at attempting 2s because that's what they need right now. The shot will not count. Man is out of bounds and Kochi Stars are looking good. 21 points. 21 seconds on the clock. Ball possession with the Kochi Stars. Divyani has played a massive, massive game, as has Steffi and Kanishka, playing with one-man shot. They have been phenomenal in this round. Steffi pulls down the rebound, turns around, even though she's not able to make the first attempt. There's just 5.9 seconds on the game clock. And the ball possession is still with Kochi Stars. 4 points required to make it. And it doesn't look like the Divas can pull off a victory at this point in time. What a phenomenal performance by Kochi Stars so far, playing with one man less. And the fact that nursing injuries and still managing to pull this victory. That is Kochi Stars, who have won round 4. Great effort by Kochi Stars, one of the most consistent teams in the league. 2 victories in 4 rounds and 2 runners-up. Delhi Divas, on their 3rd visit to the final, find themselves short-handed as they're unable to pull off a victory from Kochi Stars and defend their title that they won in round 3. Both teams have done so well. Kudos to them. But it was Kochi Stars that came out on top today. That is the highlights of the game. And that is a final score. Kochi Stars have won round 4, beating Delhi Divas by 19-15. Now let's go over to Rishi. He's going to take us to the presentation ceremony.
It is now time, ladies and gentlemen, to give away all the championship and the prizes in the presentation ceremony of Women's League Round 4 here at 3BL Season 3. But before we begin the presentation ceremony, I would like to thank all our sponsors who've been of great support to us. And while I do that, I would request everybody present here to please give them a big round of applause. Starting with our hospitality and venue partner, this beautiful Wyndham Chandigarh Mohali. Radio partner My FM 94.3, Jio Dil Se. Apparel partner Nivea. Energy drink partner Red Bull, it gives you wings. Medical partner Fortis Hospitals Mohali. Name partner Boxer Singh Sports Worldwide Private Limited. Special thanks to BFI and FIBA 3x3 for all the officials and referees. Thank you so much. Our event partners, the Creators Marketing Solutions. Thank you once again to all the sponsors who've been on board with us and has given us great support and belief. It is now time, ladies and gentlemen, to begin the presentation ceremony for Women's League in round number 4. Starting with the runners-up, and to give away that check, I would request none other than the General Manager of our hospitality and venue partner, which is Wyndham Chandigarh Mohali, Mr. Anmol Luthra, to please join us. Thank you so much for being on board with us. A big round of applause to welcome him on the court and joining me to give away the runners-up check. Thank you so much. It is a pleasure. That's what have you been doing. It's wonderful for all of us to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to present the runners-up check for Women's League Round 4 at 3BL Season 3. Well, they won in round number 1. They won in round number 3. But this time they ended up as runners-up. We have a new champion, but runners-up goes to Team Delhi Divas. Many congratulations to Team Delhi Divas for finishing as the runners-up for Women's League Round 4. Mr. Anmol Luthra, the GM of Wyndham Chandigarh Mohali, presenting the runners-up check to Team Delhi Divas. The runners-up. Very well played. What a day you guys have had. Thank you so much, Mr. Luthra. Thank you so much, Team Delhi Divas. To present the champions check, I am going to invite and request to join me Mr. Rahul Chawla, MD of Safecure Services Private Limited. Can I please have you with me? With a round of applause, please welcome Mr. Rahul Chawla. Thank you so much for being here with us. It's a pleasure to have you. Hope you enjoyed watching the games. And to present the champions check for Women's League, ladies and gentlemen, for round 4. Well, they snatched it away from the defending champions in this round. Please put your hands together and welcome Team Kochi Stars. Team Kochi Stars playing throughout the day with 3 players. It looked difficult initially, but they sailed through the semis and made their way to the finals and ended up clinching the champions check for Women's League Round 4. Cruising around the same way, Team Delhi Divas have 2 championships, and so does Kochi now. Thank you so much, Mr. Chawla. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It is now time for one of my favorite awards. It's called the Most Valuable Player, and I love the way the players play for it, having so much pressure on their shoulders and ending up winning for their team. And to give away the MVP check, I would request none other than the man who made all of this possible with his vision and great strength behind the belief that he holds for this sport. Please put your hands together and welcome none other than the 3BL League Commissioner, Mr. Rohit Bakshi, everybody. This is time for presenting the Most Valuable Player check. And I have Mr. Rohit Bakshi with me, the Commissioner himself. And it's time to give out the MVP for Women's League Round 4. Please put your hands together with huge amount of respect and experience. Please welcome Steffi Nixon, everybody from Kochi Stars. The tall, the strong jersey number 6 with so much talent and so much experience. Most Valuable Player. Many congratulations. Thank you so much, Mr. Bakshi. Thank you. I'm going to have a small chat with Steffi. Steffi, congratulations. Did it again. Playing with 3 players in this round was tough. Did you think that, what did you think? Did you going to make it or not make it? What was the thought when the round started?
Actually, first of all, by God's grace, we won the match. And then our players are very, very, very talented. And then day by day, they're improving. So they are doing very good. So.
Well, it's not only them. They have such a great support from you also as the backbone. You're right there like a wall, defending, nothing going in, but you're scoring also. You've won the Most Valuable Player, and you have now 2 championship titles out of the 4, and you're neck to neck with Delhi. What do you think of the competition? How tough is it going to be in the next round?
Actually, this round, it's very difficult to play 3. So, and the next time we will do our best. Victory or failure, both doesn't matter. So, we will try our 100%.
Congratulations. It is time to celebrate and rest. Good luck and congratulations. Steffi Nixon, ladies and gentlemen, the MVP for round 4 in Women's League. And you know what? It is now time for me to say goodbye because this was Women's League here at 3BL Season 3. We finished round 4 of Women's League, but round 4 of Men's Conference B is remaining. And you know what? For that, what you need to do, all you need to do is tune in sharp at 4 p.m. to watch the boys battle it out on this very court. Till that, I will see you soon. Take care. My name is Rishi Raj.